Welcome everyone to GCS. Sorry we're a little late. This is game one of a two-game doubleheader here. Millikin just took a 1-0 lead on a single by Garrett Fritz, the catcher. We're in the top of the first inning, 1-0, 1 out. Earlier in the inning, Tommy Shaw flew out to right field, and Tanner Coleman hit a triple into right center, and he came around to score. I'm Jared Wasserman, and today with me is Jordan Smeevil. What do you have on Devin Schulstead today starting for the Gorlocks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, good to be out here. Thought we weren't going to play today. A lot of rain in the forecast, but good to see Devin on the hill. Tough start. A couple sharp hit line drives here to start the game. He's going to work in a nice mix of fastball, changeup, and a loopy off speed here.
And that'll be fouled away by the right fielder, Frank Bryan. Batting cleanup here for Milliken. The 1-1 pitch will also be fouled away. Frank Bryan on the year is batting .308 with 3 home runs and 29 RBIs. It's a cleanup hitter here for Milliken. Definitely somebody you want to be careful to pitching here if you're Schulstead. And that'll miss away, 2-2 now.
Yeah, Schulsted's last start also came in the first game of a doubleheader against Franklin College, where he went 4 innings, gave up 1 earned run and only 2 hits, so he had a nice outing last time. We'll see if he can settle it down today.
And that'll be fouled away as well. How has the preparation had to vary this year for Schulstead, not knowing when he's going to start? He's had a handful of starts, 4 or 5. He's also made some bullpen appearances. Generally, he's gone long when he pitches, 4 innings plus. How does the preparation change?
Yeah, he's just, it's just preparing to be ready at any moment here. He knows that when he's not starting, he's hot out of the bullpen, so he's always got to be ready to go. And it's nice knowing when you're playing right away. But he does a good job of being ready to go, even if it's out of the bullpen.
Frank Bryan really working the count here. 4 foul balls, 2 strikes, not wanting to go down. He's just fouling pitches off, waiting for his pitch to see. That'll be ground back at Schulstead. Possible double play opportunity to Staker to first, and Frank Bryan will beat that out. So it'll go in as a fielder's choice, 1-3 or 1-6. Kind of got a little tied up on the mound when he fielded that, so Frank Bryan was running down the line pretty well. So
I think it's important, before we get too long in here, it's important to note that it's a 7-inning game here. Both games will be 7 innings, so you don't want to get behind too far.
Just looked like a show move over there. Schulstead throws over. The DH, Kelby Galladay, is now at bat for Milliken. He does not have enough appearances to be eligible, but he is also batting .308, as was Frank Bryan. Has 1 home run, 3 RBIs on the season. Only in a handful of at-bats, 26 at-bats, so it's really come along of late.
Yeah, Schulstead does feature a pretty nice pickoff move. I believe he had one earlier in the season.
And he'll throw over again. We've seen this from Webster when opposing teams have big innings or scoring runs. Coach Courage is definitely concerned about keeping runners close on base. And the 0-1 pitch will miss outside. Schulstead will throw over once more. That's got to be 4 or 5 times already this inning. Against Blackburn, when Carter Hunt had his first save, he threw over a ton that inning as well.
Yeah, it's more or less, it's not really trying to pick him off, just trying to keep him honest, make sure he's not going anywhere.
That'll be thrown and fouled off by Kelby Galladay. 1-1 count. And he'll be picked off, and Parker will throw him out at second base. Wow, Galladay was really leaning there, tempted to steal, and that'll be the end of the inning. The damage is done, though. Milliken's up 1-0 after 1. And we are back here at the Gorlock Sports Network. Webster University will be getting their first at-bats of the game. And on the mound is Drew Detmers. Just like Devin Scholstad, he's been a mixed starter and reliever this year. 13 appearances and 6 innings with a 3.89 ERA. What should we expect from him, Smeeves?
Yeah, I mean, he's having a pretty decent year. One thing to note, he's got 15 walks, 25 strikeouts, so look for the Glocks to be patient off the bat. Showed a fastball and a slider in his warm-up pitches. We'll see if he has anything else to go with it.
Adam Level will take the first pitch and then foul off the second pitch. Already in an 0-2 count here. Ready in a hole. RJ LaRocco is also back in the lineup today for Webster. After a big game versus WashU, 3 hits and a home run, he's now back in his usual 2-hole here playing left field. He is on deck. On the year, Adam Level has a .318 batting average, as well as a .413 on-base percentage, and leading the Gorlocks in runs scored at 37, tied with Parker Wheel. Just a really steady leadoff man for Webster. And the 2-2 pitch will be popped up down the line and just foul into the safety netting down the third base line.
Yeah, Level's had an awesome offensive season, but maybe his most important play was on Saturday in the 8th inning of Elgis's perfect game, where he came up firing in right field and threw the runner out at first to preserve the perfect game.
Yeah, that really was an unbelievable play. We were going crazy up here in the box when we saw that happen. It seems every perfect game always has that one defensive play, and that was really incredible. A 9-3, you do not see that very often.
Yeah, definitely something we'll be talking about around here for a very long time.
And Level will take the 3-2 pitch to walk. And Adam Level is also leading the Gorlocks in walk at with 21 walks. That is tied with Ben Swordswell. Now 22 after that one.
Yep, just what you want out of your leadoff guy there. We'll see if he can maybe swipe it back or RJ hit him over. We've seen Coach Kirch all season, not afraid to lay a bunt down here, even though it's the first inning. We'll see what he decides to do here. Third baseman playing in.
And the first pitch to RJ LaRocca will miss low. And we saw this past weekend versus Greenville. Coach Kirch really wasn't afraid to lay bunts down the third baseline, even with their third baseman playing in. That's where he seemed to want to bunt even for sacrifice opportunities. And that pitch will be popped up to center field. And will be handled by Keegan Brady for the first out of the inning. One of the rare miss-hit balls you'll see from RJ LaRocca. Really wasn't hit bad, but just under it. And now coming to bat is Ben Swords, the center of this Webster University lineup, batting .320 with 4 home runs and 31 RBIs on the season.
Yeah, 320, I mean, that's good for any hitter, but I know Ben would like to get going, get a little hot as we come down the stretch here.
.320, a career year for most hitters, is actually the lowest batting average Ben Swords has had at Webster, which is still a really good batting average, but he's hit .360 twice here at Webster, also batting .350 and .340. And the 0-1 pitch will be fouled away.
Yeah, usually, I mean, we saw right there he fouled it off, but when Ben's going, he'll shoot that ball to right field.
.02 pitch will miss high, fastball up and in. See if he's trying to change the eye levels here if he goes back to the slider. And he will throw a slider, and that'll be fouled off down the right field line.
He started a few of those with the little front door at the hip there, and they come back right inside. I don't know if that's part of his game plan or just missing a spot, but
yeah, it really seems like they're floating over the plate every slider he throws. And that'll be flied to right field. And will be handled by Frank Bryan. That'll be the second out of the inning. Not what you like to see after you get a leadoff guy on base, just 2 pretty routine flyouts to center and right field. Already a quick 2 outs now. Coming to bat is Evan Avola, red-hot freshman, batting .443 on the season, also leading the Gorlocks with 6 home runs and a .713 slugging percentage.
It's crazy to say for a freshman, but he looks like he's starting to put together an All-American campaign in his first year here.
And Level will steal, and he will be safe into second base with his 8th stolen base of the season. Good job by Evan Avola taking the pitch, knowing that Adam had a good jump, and it will go for a ball anyway. The 1-0 pitch will just be a slider thrown at his foot in the dirt, ball 2. With 2 outs here, Smeeves, you got a base open at first base, runner on second. Would it be a good opportunity to just kind of give him the base, walk, pitch around him?
Yeah, well, now that it's 2-0, you definitely don't want to give him anything to hammer, and he does it anyways.
That'll be smashed into the gap for a ground rule double. Webster will tie the game 1-1.
Oh, he stays red hot, and that's definitely not the pitch they wanted there, 2-0 with the base open like we were just talking about.
Really, there isn't a particular hitter you want to face in the Warlocks lineup. Now batting is Parker Wheel, who's batting .340, second in Webster and batting 5 home runs himself. But if you had to pick one, maybe you wouldn't be Evan?
Yeah, I mean, probably not.
And Parker will ground a ball over to first base on the first pitch he sees. And that'll be it. But Webster will tie it. It's 1-1 after 1. And we are back to here. Scholstedt will take the mound again in the top of the second. It's 1-1. And batting for Millikin is Liam McGill. Correction, that is Kelby Galladay who is batting. And the first two pitches will miss low. Out to a quick 2-0 count. And the 2-0 pitch will be fouled back. And that'll be a swing and miss. That's the slider there from Scholstedt that he just showcased. What do you see in that, Smeeves?
Yeah, it's kind of reminds me a little bit of mine. It's a little loopy.
And he will strike him out. That's the first K of the day swinging for Devin Scholstedt as the ball will be tossed around. Goes back to the fastball there.
That was a good pitch, especially after that slider.
And stepping in the box for Milliken is Liam McGill, batting .256, the shortstop.
Yeah, we'll see how long Scholstedt works in this game. Obviously, 7 innings, a shortened game. He has his whole bullpen. Coach Kirsch has a whole bullpen available today.
You have to keep in mind the 3 games this weekend, though. 2 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. And Scholstedt will brush the outside corner to make it 1-1. That'll miss outside.
Yeah, when Scholstedt misses, he usually misses pretty far out there. See if he can rein that back in.
McGill will ground it over to first base, and Parker will make the play. That'll be 2 down, 2 quick outs for Webster.
It's a nice pitch right there. Talent, little 2-seamer on the outside corner. Gets him to kind of roll over there.
And stepping in the box now is Kyle Gibson for Milliken.
Not to be confused with the major league pitcher.
Different positions, so.
Yep.
Kyle Gibson's a third baseman here for Milliken, batting .326 on the season. And he will ground it over to shortstop. Staker will field and throw and make the play. That is 3 up, 3 down in the top half of the inning here in the second, and it is still 1-1. And we are back here in the bottom of the second inning. A.J. Smith will be stepping in the box for the first time today. On the season, batting .322 with 4 home runs, as well as 2 home runs he hit in the same game versus Southern Maine. And that'll be fly down the left field line and fair. One hops the left field wall, and he will be running the second. It'll be a close play. He will slide in safe for a double.
Yeah, I was just going to mention with Laraco back in the 2-hole, A.J. Smith slides back down to the 6-hole, and he's looked a lot more comfortable down there in the 6-hole, seeing more fastballs. Puts a good swing on it there.
It's a nice spot for him, getting opportunities to drive runners in with batting right behind the middle of the lineup. And Nate Martinez is next to bat here for Webster. He's really come along late. He's been really hot for Webster, batting .373. Just hit his second home run the other day. Just stayed fair here. GCS right down the line, the left field line. How has he looked to you, Smeeves?
Yeah, he's really gotten hot he's been good behind the plate, and he's gotten hot at the dish too. So we'll see if he can keep it going.
And Detmers will spike his slider. The first pitch, 1-0.
One thing that Martinez does well is he's not afraid to go to right field with it. A lot of his hits are to right center. He had a big hit down in Florida against Wheaton, Mass. That cleared the bases with an opposite field double in the right center gap. So he's not afraid to go to right field, and he's not pull happy.
Yeah, when he's not pulling balls over the left field wall, it seems like he's had a ton of doubles there. Also had that same double that he had versus Wheat Mass against Fontbonne into the right center gap, one hopping the wall. And Detmers will find the zone against Martinez for strike one. 1-1 count. Relatively low wind today. Game time did get moved up to try to beat the rain. Keep in mind these will be 2 7-inning games. Hopefully they will be finished before the rain starts. And Martinez will bunt down the third base line and be thrown out by a step. Nice play by the pitchers. Detmers getting off the mound. Good PFP. You should know a lot about those, Smeeves.
Oh, yeah. That was a great bunt.
And it will, of course, go in as a sacrifice bunt as it moves A.J. Smith over to third. Coach Courage clapping, clearly happy with the job that Martinez did there.
Yeah, I think Detmers also, just to highlight him, he's done a nice job filling up the zone. He's only had one 3-ball count. I mean, it's early, but he's done a nice job filling up the zone, which keeps his position players ready to go.
And stepping in the box for Webster is Malik Weirges, and he will take pitch one high for a ball. He really has some of the most power on this team for Webster, shown by his massive slugging percentage, as he will fly a ball into center field, and that should do the job. A.J. Smith will score. That'll go in as a sac fly. A little bit of small ball there for Webster after the double by A.J. Smith. 2 sacrifices, a bunt by A.J. Smith to move, or a bunt by Nate Martinez to move A.J. Smith to third, and the sac fly to center field by Malik to knock him in.
That's the type of brand that Webster's played all season. There, get him on, get him over, get him in.
And the shortstop in the 9-hole, Matt Staker, will step in the box for Webster. And he will take the first pitch for a strike. He's really having a big season here at the dish. His biggest yet is a Gorlock, batting .340 with 2 home runs, 2 Staker bombs, if you will.
Yep. There was an awesome article in the St. Louis Today newspaper this week about the season that the Gorlocks are having, and Coach Courage highlighted Matt Staker, called him the heart and soul of this baseball team, and I don't think anybody's doubting him.
He will check swing. That'll unfortunately go fair, and the catcher will have trouble handling it, and Staker will beat it out. We'll see what the scoring decision will be in a second. And that'll go in as a hit. A hit on a ground ball to the catcher, just perfectly placed on the check swing. A lot of very bouncy. The catcher tried to barehand it as he did not want the ball to go foul. You got to make sure you catch it if you don't want it to go foul. But once he put a hand on it, it was still in fair territory.
Yeah, it rained all day here too, and the turf was pretty wet before the game. I wonder if he had any trouble with the ball there, if it was wet or not.
And a move over for Detmers. Staker will be back safe, no problem. Really a couple of special games last week for Webster. 2 of the most really historic games. One was the comeback versus WashU. Really unbelievable offense in late innings as they were down multiple times. Every time they inched back in, it seemed WashU pulled away another pretty big lead. Led by R.J. Laraco with 3 hits and the home run. That was a really special game, followed up by the Alec Elgas perfect game. Just two really exciting games in a matter of a couple days in Webster history.
Yeah, they said, what was that, the 24th perfect game in Division III history?
Yeah, it's just really a really incredible moment.
That's what happened. Well, when you win 20 games in a row, you're bound to have some pretty special moments here.
And Level will work it to 3-0 now as he takes a pitch outside. That's his job. That's what he does. Already walked earlier. Now putting himself in a position to walk again. And I would bet all the money I have that Adam will take this pitch regardless of where it is.
How much money do you have?
I don't know how much money you have, Smeeves.
Hell, it looks like you would win there since he took it.
Yeah, even though it's a strike, he's giving himself another opportunity to walk here, and if it's in the zone, I'm sure he'll swing.
He's going to see another fastball, I'm sure.
And he'll take that on the corner. That'll go in as a strike. 3-2, 2 outs. Staker will be running on the pitch. But yeah, if you take on 3-0, it's even if that pitch is a strike, you're giving yourself a chance to walk on the next two pitches.
Yep.
And if they're in the zone, you can do damage with it. You're most likely going to get a fastball 3-1, so why not take the 3-0 pitch?
Yep. And we'll see with Staker on the move here, anything in the gap should score him. Staker not being the fastest, but he can still get around the bases.
And Staker will run, and Level will ground the ball to shortstop. Diving play.
What a play.
And it will be scooped at first base. Really nice play on both ends by the shortstop and first baseman for Milliken. And Webster will score a run. It'll be 2-1 Webster after 2. And we are back here at GCS. It is 2-1 entering the top of the third inning. Schulstead out on the mound again. Started to settle in last inning with the 1-2-3 inning after allowing 2 hits and a run in the first, and he will miss the first pitch to Keegan Brady for a ball. On the season, Keegan Brady, the center fielder, is batting .271 with 3 home runs. And he will smack that ball down the left field line, and that will one-hop the wall. RJ LaRocca will field it, one-hop it into Staker, but that will be a stand-up double for Keegan Brady.
It was a good piece of hitting there, jumping on the 1-0 fastball. We'll see if Millikin decides to play some small ball here.
That's definitely what happens when you get into good counts like that. You can really predict what's going to come. You can really cheat, if you will. Brady just out in front on his contact point, almost facing the left field wall. Stepping in the box is the left fielder, Tyler Gade, as Schulstead will step off the mound.
Yeah, Schulstead with the inside move there, wanted to see if the batter Gade would show bunt, but he didn't.
Gade himself batting .333 on the season. Mostly singles, though. Only a couple doubles, as shown by his .381 slugging percentage. Has gotten on base a lot, batting in the 9 hole for Milliken.
So you want someone that
It's
can
a
flip the lineup over.
.450 on base percentage. That's second leadoff hitter a lot of teams are using today. It allows you to have your 3-hitter bat in the 2-hole, get him more at bats, and have another guy in front of your leadoff hitter, really, batting in the 9-hole to get on base for the middle of your lineup.
See if there's a bunt defense put on here.
Swords is angled a little bit towards second base, really facing the pitcher's mound. So he can see the entire field, can see the runner, whether he's running or not. He can also see a bunt if it's laid. Doesn't put him in an optimal position to field a ground ball, but should be able to still manage on anything routine. And the pitch will be low, kept in front by Martinez. Bunt was shown. Webster is still in their bunt defense, as Parker Wheel is also creeped in on the infield grass. You would expect a bunt to be laid down the third base line if it's bunted anywhere, and he will show again, and that will be taken for a strike. Pretty good pitch to bunt on. I guess Ski did not like it.
We'll see if he tries to do it again. I don't know what he was waiting for there.
It's definitely not something a coach will like. And he will attempt to bunt again, and that's a slider. Tougher pitch to bunt on. Was a strike, but it'll be bunted foul, so you take the only fastball for a strike that you see. It's called a strike, and there goes your opportunity. You're now down 1-2. We'll see if he's given the bunt sign here or not.
Yeah, he's got a job to do here. It's not a good start in the at-bat for him.
Ben Swords still playing in at third. Parker Wheel backed up at first. Now Swords is more even. Still angled towards the mound a little bit. He will show again, and that'll be bunted out in front to the catcher, Nate Martinez, and it will be thrown away. Good backup by A.J. Smith holding Keegan Brady at third base. It looked like Martinez should have been the one fielding it, which he was, but Schulstead went after it too, and he was just in the throwing lane of Nate Martinez, and he had to throw from an odd platform. Really was off balance and just really not a pickable ball for Parker Wheel at first. Really is just off the bag.
Looks like they got tangled up there. Just a lack of communication.
Yeah, and Schulstead was kind of in front of Nate Martinez when he threw it, so he really had to throw it off his back foot, and he just didn't have the power he would have had. And really good job by A.J. Smith there to back it up to keep it first and third. And again, Millikin will show bunt. This is the leadoff hitter, Tommy Shaw, and that'll be taken for a ball.
That last at bat really didn't start off well there for Gade, but he got the job done with 2 strikes. That's why you get 3 pitches.
And Shaw will bunt, and that'll be popped out, looking for 2. And Tyler Gade will slide back safe in the first. Yeah, Tommy Shaw just popped that up on a bunt attempt. You got to make sure you're keeping that barrel above the ball. You can't let the barrel drop. That's what will happen. Interesting opportunity to try to squeeze there. I don't think the runner on third, Keegan Brady, would have been able to score on a routine bunt, but if it wasn't a suicide, which it wasn't. And Tanner Coleman, the 2-hitter, playing first base, will foul the first pitch he sees down the right field line.
Schulstead could really use a ground ball double play here to get out of the inning. Obviously, Coleman had that triple in the gap last time, so it's going to be easier said than done.
Schulstead will throw over, looking Tyler Gade back.
Wouldn't be surprised at some point if we see the runner go here at first.
Tommy Shaw, along with 2 other batters for Milliken, have started all 36 games this season, along with Kyle Gibson and Frank Brady. Really been the heart and soul of this Milliken lineup. And that will be grounded over to second base. Play will be made, force out at first, but a run will score as Keegan Brady comes across the score. That is now a 2-2 game as Milliken will tie it here in the top of the third.
That was just a really good piece of hitting there.
Yeah, really situational hitting. Not only did it score the run, but it moved over Tyler Gade to second base. Tanner Coleman will get the job done. First pitch from Schulstead will be missed for a ball.
We'll see how aggressive Fritz is here. 1-0 with 2 outs, probably going to be a fastball. It's a changeup instead. Now we're back in that point in the lineup in the count where with the base open, you don't really want to give him anything to hit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more off-speed pitches.
Especially with the 3-hitter, Garrett Fritz at bat. Very powerful looking stance with the elbow way high. And he will fly a ball to shallow left field. And Matt Staker will run back and handle it for the 3rd out of the inning. But Millikin will be able to tie the game. That is through 2.5 innings. 2-2 here at GCS. And back to you here from GCS in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Millikin was able to tie the score 2-2 in the top half of this inning. RJ LaRocco at bat for the Gorlocks. Flied out to center field in his first at bat today. He will take the first pitch for a strike. Slider dropped in. Might have been a little low. Might have not have been, but still called a strike. And that was as loopy as a breaking ball as you'll ever see, huh, Smeeves?
Just a bit high there.
Just a bit. And the 1-1 pitch will be fouled straight back. For our out-of-town scoreboard today, the Angels already took care of business, beating the Red Sox 8-0. Trevor Story had a golden sombrero, which isn't 3 strikeouts, that's a sombrero. But 4 is a golden sombrero, which he had, as RJ LaRocco will crush a ball and one-hop the left field wall, and he will make the turn towards second and stand up with a double. That really bounced back into left field after it hit the wall. So yes, Trevor Story had the golden sombrero of 4 strikeouts today and a really rough loss as the Angels look really hot to start off the season. It would be nice to see Mike Trout make the playoffs.
Yeah, sure would be.
For only the 2nd time in his career after going 0-3 with no hits in 2014.
Yeah, not only him, but Shohei Ohtani, too. And 7 innings of shutout baseball today. Red Sox are off to a tough start.
This is really the team the Angels have been building for a few years now, with Anthony Rendon in the middle of the lineup, Jared Walsh really developing into the franchise first baseman.
Yeah, they've gotten some good pitching, too. It's a big spot here for Swords. We'll see if he can do some damage.
Swords will take the first pitch, as it'll brush the outside corner. And to follow up with our out-of-town scoreboard, the Brewers also took care of business, beating the Reds 10-5. The Rockies are over the Nationals 9-7 in the bottom of the 8th. And the Blue Jays are off to an early lead over the Indians, or should I say now the Guardians. 2-0 in the bottom of the 1st. And Swords will foul away the 0-1 pitch. Now an 0-2 count. Runner on second base. Batting with Risp in this opportunity is Ben Swords. Pretty good shift over from Millikin too. And he will take the slider in the dirt for a ball.
Yeah, that was a good hold there from Swords. Good pitch from Detmers. Probably another one of those on the way here.
And the 1-2 pitch will be missed outside.
Another really good pitch there.
2-2.
Good plate discipline from Swords.
It's really what you have to have when you have the resume he does.
Yep.
You're not going to see a ton of strikes. It's like Mike Trout only sees about 45% of his pitches are strikes, so you don't want to just go up there hacking. You want to be disciplined, and Swords will now take another ball, 3 in a row, to improve from 0-2 to 3-2. And we'll see if all that patience can pay off here if he gets the pitch he wants to hit and drive in R.J. Larocco at second base. The 3-2 pitch will be a slider, and that'll miss out of the zone. Wow, going from 0-2 to walking at batters. Definitely not what you want from Drew Detmers, but if you have a base open with the best hitter up on Webster, not necessarily the worst outcome to walk Ben Swords.
Yeah, that's just just a type of at bat that you expect from your All-American fifth-year third baseman with a base open. He knew that he was probably not going to see a strike, didn't want to expand the zone. Now it leads to a mound visit here.
Oh, as we said earlier, walking one hitter, not necessarily going to get much better of an option. Evan Avola leading the team in batting and home runs this year. Milliken's head coach will go out for a mound visit, possibly talking about how they want to pitch Evan Avola.
Yeah, I would say this is a prime spot for a bunt, but not with Evan Avola in the box. A guy that's putting together an All-American season, slugging over 700. Just crazy numbers.
That is ridiculous. And to touch on the Angels again, most notably the acquisition of Noah Syndergaard, really having an impressive year this year, having not really pitched since 2019. How do you think he helps the team?
I mean, they definitely that's the thing they've been missing outside of injuries. They've been missing a pitching staff, and him coming off injury and pitching so well is such a great sign for them to see. We'll see if he can make it through a full season into October.
And Otani looks like he's going deeper into games than ever, so having a 1-2 punch of them, that's pretty incredible. And Evan Avola will take the first pitch outside. That's now 5 balls in a row for Drew Detmers. 2 runners on base, no outs. Parker Wheel on deck as well. This is a big opportunity for Webster to put some runs on the board. And the 1-0 pitch will be fouled back.
Yeah, he was waiting. He was jumping on that thing. It's a good pitch.
Evan Avola definitely looking to put any pitch he sees over the right center field wall. Definitely his intent every swing.
He does not get cheated up there, that's for sure.
That looks like it was Detmer's changeup. That'll fade outside. Miss again for ball 2.
Certainly glad Evola's on our team. Don't have to worry about facing him in the spring, but I face him in the fall isn't fun either.
If I remember correctly, in his first at-bat here in the fall, he had a double off the wall, if I remember, Smuse.
Yeah, it might have honestly been off of me.
Oh, it was. I remember. You might have thought you could just put one by him. And
certainly didn't
thought
happen.
wrong. And Evan Avola will fly a ball to deep left field, and that will be off the wall. And will make the turn, and R.J. Larocco will score. Looked like he was going to tag up, but almost got ran off there by Ben Swords. Probably should have extended his lead a little bit, but he will score. That'll only be a single for Evan Avola, as Swords had a stop at second.
Yeah, looked like Larocco thought it was a little more shell than it was there. Obviously clanked off the wall. Probably a little better read gets at least Swords to third and Evola to second, if not Swords home too. But just another great piece of hitting from Evola. And kind of something there that we haven't seen from him a lot this year. He usually doesn't go the opposite field. But when you're hot, you're hot.
And Milliken's head coach will come out to the mound again, and you know what that means. Second mound visit in an inning, that'll be a pitching change. So we'll be back to you here after that. And we are back to you here after the pitching change. Drew Detmers has been taken out for Aaron Aggie, who is 3-1 on the season with a 3.49 ERA in 28 and a third innings.
Aggie's got he's got the lowest ERA on the team at 3.49, so they're bringing in their looks like their top reliever here. 21 appearances, no starts, so it's got to be their top reliever in a big spot here in the bottom of the third inning.
And Parker will step to bat here for Webster. His first step bat of the day, grounded out into a 3-1. And that bunt will be popped up. The second bunt that's popped up and caught by the catcher on the day, as Nate Martinez caught one earlier for Webster. And A.J. Smith, the second baseman in the 6-hole, is up to bat for Webster. And it looks like Swords might be a little banged up at third base, as a little bit of a limp to him, and Courage will go out to second to check on him.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened. I wonder if he slipped on his way back to second. Looks to be all right.
He's going to test himself running.
Maybe not.
Courage is going to remove him from the game, it looks like. You would have to assume Bo Slaymaker may be the next player to go in for him at third.
Yeah, they might get a pinch runner here, someone who's fast, and then put Bowen to start on defense next inning. Maybe a guy like Bryson Rigsby.
Rigsby is clutching a helmet in the Webster dugout. Bo Slaymaker also loosening up. It will be Rigsby who will be running this inning. Most likely Slaymaker will go in the field next inning. Might as well take an opportunity to use Rigsby's speed in this game.
Yeah, hopefully Swords is all right. We'll see if he's in the lineup for the next game. Wouldn't be surprised if Coach Kirch erred on the side of caution and kept him out too. Hopefully Tony can pick up Wilt here.
And the first pitch from against A.J. Smith will be fouled back for strike one. Really, any ball hit to the outfield, any ground ball should score Rigsby. Outfield's playing pretty deep, but Rigsby's speed is so good. The 0-1 pitch will be dropped in for a curveball and called a strike for Drew Detmers. A.J. Smith into a quick 0-2 hole here. And correction, that is Aggie. I believe it's pronounced, not Detmers. And that'll be fly to center field. It will carry into the gap, slicing away, and it will be off the wall. Rigsby will make the turn to home. Evan into third, and he will be held up there. A.J. Smith with an RBI double. Wow, the lefty swing. The ball really tails off the bat, tailing away from Keegan Brady. The Millikin center fielder really tailed into the left center gap as it started in center. And every runner will move up 2 bases. Bryson Rigsby will score. A.J. Smith in with the double.
It's two opposite field doubles there for Smith to start the day. It's good to see him starting to get hot as we roll into the postseason here next week.
Really peppering the left field wall here too. That was in left center, but still the big wooden wall. Earlier he hit the left field one right down the line. And really nice to see him using that left side.
I think he's just really benefiting from being down in the 6 hole there.
Yeah, that's a really nice spot for a good hitter like him. He's going to always be hitting with runners on base. Going to be a ton of RBI opportunities for him, and just taking advantage of it today.
He's the kind of guy that can hit anywhere from 2 down. And when you have him in the 6 hole, he's going to see a lot of fastballs, so that's when he gets to punish the baseball.
And Nate Martinez, the Webster catcher, up to bat. He will take the 1-0 pitch in for a strike, now 1-1. Only 1 out here for Webster with runners on second and third. Big opportunity to extend their 4-2 lead over Milliken.
2 big runs out there on the bases.
Ducks on the pond, as they say. And the 1-1 pitch fouled down the right field line. And it will be fouled back again. Good job protecting the plate, waiting to see the pitch that he wants to see.
It's a big spot in the game here. Obviously, we've mentioned multiple times that it's a 7-inning game. We're almost halfway through. You don't want to get too far behind if you're Milliken, so there's 2 big outs to be made here.
And that'll be another foul ball. This one into the right field. Bullpen actually did bounce some play. Play could have been made if somebody could have gotten there in time.
Yeah, I think everybody in the stadium thought that was long gone out of play, but ended up in play.
Yeah, surprised myself to see that it bounced in play. And the 1-2 pitch will get Martinez swinging. That'll be the first strikeout of the day for a Milliken pitcher, as Aaron Aggie strikes out Nate Martinez swinging. And the 8-hole hitter playing right field, Malik Weirges, is up to bat. And Aggie will drop in a breaking ball. Will nick the outside corner for strike 1.
I think you're going to see a ton of those right now. A base open and 2 outs with Staker on deck. You're going to see a ton of off speed here.
He will show bunt. Not a suicide opportunity because Evan Avila wasn't running automatically, but looked like he would have been running once contact was made. Will be bunted through for strike 1, 1-1 count.
Yeah, I think he might have just been bunting for a hit there if he had got it down. 2 outs.
And that'll be dropped in for a curveball, strike 2. And stay tuned for a trivia question that'll be announced next inning in the top of the 4th. Due to the 7-inning game, it'll be announced in the top of the 6th today, not in the 8th. Game's only 7 innings. So stay tuned for that next inning. The 1-2 pitch to Malik Weirges. Definitely outside. Will be called a ball. The Millikin catcher really, Garrett Fritz really wanted that to be called, really with an aggressive frame there. But
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you'll get that call here at this level, but this umpire's done a nice job today. He's had a good zone.
how do umpires react as a pitcher to catchers who try to overframe pitches?
I don't know. As long as I would imagine, as long as he doesn't hold it for too long, he'll be fine. But if he holds it for too long, I can't imagine the umpires would be too happy. It's interesting to see the umpires in different colors today. The base umpire in black and the home plate umpires in blue. Usually you don't see that.
Definitely odd. Not very baseball-like. This isn't football where we have.
Right. Well, especially considering Milliken's in all black, I would have probably thought that the base umpire would be in blue.
And Weirges will drive a ball to left field. Left fielder Tyler Gade will go back on it and make the play. That is 3 outs. But Webster will score 2 runs, taking a 4-2 lead here in the bottom of the 3rd. And back to you here at GCS in the top of the 4th inning. Webster took a 4-2 lead last inning. Schulstead will take the mound here in the top of the 4th inning. No activity yet in the Webster bullpen. He's really settled down, even though he's let up 2 runs in 3 innings since the 1st inning. He's looked a lot better. He will miss the first pitch here for a ball. And batting here for Milliken is the catcher, Garrett Fritz. A quick 2-0 count, and he will pop up a ball to the right side. A.J. Smith going back on it. Malik Weirges will call him off and make the play. 1 quick out for Webster. 3 pitches, 1 out. Seemed like that since the 1st inning for Devin Schulstead.
Yeah, I think that was Frank Bryan there, actually.
I'm sorry, I had my scorecard. We missed Fritz's last out. So now batting is Kelby Galladay. Batting in the 5-hole after Frank Bryan. He just flied out to
I will say it's a little hard to see their numbers here with the all-black uniforms.
Yeah, definitely an interesting look. I don't know how I feel about the black pants as Galladay. We'll take the first pitch for a ball.
I'd imagine they feel pretty hot during the summer. Obviously, they don't play during the summer, but...
Well, it's supposed to be heating up here next week in the 90s. I saw anything they play on the turf.
Yeah, finally. It's about time it warms up.
And Schulstead will go quickly to 3-0.
Well, Schulstead last time out went 4 innings, so I imagine pretty soon here we'll start getting some action in the pen.
He will brush the outside corner for strike 1. And that'll be fouled away just like that from 3-0 to 3-2. Full count here against Kelby Galladay.
See if Schulstad can come all the way back here. It'd be nice to get the second out.
The 3-2 pitch. Wow, that'll be called a ball. Looked pretty good up in the box. Looks like Schulstad really wanted that call. Something you do not see often in Division III baseball is the squeezing of pitchers.
Yeah, it looked like it must have been a little high. Looked like you said, good from up here. Must have been a little high.
And Schulstad visually not too happy about that one, but we'll have to pitch with a runner on first and one out. To the shortstop, Liam McGill, who will take the first pitch for a ball. And Schulstad will miss inside. Not as far inside as McGill seemed it to be. And Coach Courage will make his first mound visit of the day. And Coach Adrian Santiago will make a little jog down to the bullpen, and we should soon see some activity down there. Who do you think would be the first guy up today?
Well, I mean, it's been the first guy up all year. Probably Ben Kowalski. Looks like he's getting up right now.
And he is taking the jacket off. As Austin Gisa will jog behind the bullpen plate to start warming him up.
Yeah, I think Kirch out there now probably trying to just rein in Schulstad and settle him down here after that. He didn't like that ball four, that last pitch that walked him there. Just needs to settle down, get back into the count, and hopefully roll a ground ball.
And after the walk, another 2 quick balls to Liam McGill. Not something that any coach wants to see. A walk and back-to-back walks. Walks and errors are the deaths of teams. And another ball to Liam McGill, now 3-0. As a pitcher, how do you feel about middle of the at-bat coaching visits or pitching changes?
It's definitely something that I've been used to here. Coach is not afraid to go out there at any time he wants.
And that'll be given a strike. Now that one looked like a ball. It'll be given a strike to Schulstad. Maybe a make-up call to the walk to Kelby Galladay. And that'll be grounded to E.J. Smith at second. Possible double play opportunity off the glove in the shallow center field. That'll go in as an E4 for Liam McGill. Now you have first and second with 1 out. And in a 7-inning game in the top of the 4th, down 2 runs with 2 runners on, this is a must-score opportunity for Milliken.
That's something pretty uncharacteristic error there from Smith. He's been pretty solid there all year. I think it might have been one of those things where he was trying to turn the double play before he caught it.
A.J. Smith's been a player who is really known for his bat here at Webster, batting over 300 the past couple years, and he's really just been playing wherever they need him to. Hasn't really specialized in one position. Started off the season a lot in right field, but as R.J. LaRocco's gotten healthy, he's been playing a lot more second base. So he really hasn't been settled into one position his entire career, and the E4 is the fate of that play. Pretty nice looking breaking ball there from Schulstad, starting on the batter, dropping over the plate, but just low, as that'll be 1-1 count.
Just going back to Smith there for a second, he hasn't played second base for a long time. He's definitely made enough plays this year where you would feel comfortable in him making that play.
And the 7-hitter Kyle Gibson, the third baseman, will foul that pitch away, now in a 1-2 count. And Schulstad will hit Kyle Gibson in the elbow. Really didn't look that far inside, already on the plate, possibly even leaned in to my eye. We know the new D3 baseball rule this year about how they're really striking down on time in between pitches, 20 seconds, and batters leaning in on pitches. Webster themselves got caught in that rule many times early this season, especially in Memphis. Did it look like to you he leaned in a little bit there?
Yeah, I don't know if he leaned in, but he was on top of the plate there. It was interesting to see that. I don't know if he was trying to front door that curveball or trying to go outside with it. I'd imagine he wasn't trying to front door it, so he might have just missed his spot. Clearly missed his spot, obviously.
And Gibson definitely didn't make an effort to get out of the way there, but Coach Courage will make the signal to the bullpen. Ben Kowalski comes jogging down and will make his warm-up pitches. We'll be back to you after this. I can answer one on there. And we're back to here after the pitching change for Webster. Devin Scholstead will go 3 1/3 innings, allowing 2 runs on 3 hits, but has a couple of inherited runners that are on base as Ben Kowalski, Webster's #1 reliever, takes the mound and will miss low for ball 1. What can you tell us to expect about Ben Kowalski, Smeeves?
I mean, he's having a great season. We're going to see a lot of fastball, a lot of slider, an occasional changeup to lefties. He's got a lot of ground balls this year. Use another one right here.
The 1-0 pitch will be fouled away to the center fielder, Keegan Brady. He is 0 for 1 on the day, grounding out into a 6-3 back in the second inning, part of Devin Scholsted's only 1-2-3 inning of the day. Correction, that was Kyle Gibson who grounded out in the 6-3. Keegan Brady had the double and scored a run back in the third inning, leading off the third inning, who was knocked in by Tanner Coleman on a fielder's choice. And Kowalski will miss for ball 2.
Another big spot for Kowalski, but something he's been used to all year.
And he will brush the outside corner. That's a really good pitch, just painting that outside edge of the plate. Huge difference there, getting that call. It would have been 3-1 if he hadn't gotten the call, but now a 2-2 count to Keegan Brady. Really big opportunity here for Millikin. Must put the ball in play here. Ground ball is a possible double play opportunity, though, for Webster. And the pitch will be fouled away by Keegan Brady.
It's a good job of fouling that off. It was a good pitch.
Is the over-the-top angle that Ben Kowalski has, is that what makes his fastball so deceptive?
Yeah, I think so. And he's got that little thing at the beginning of his motion where he kind of brings the ball off his glove and then puts it back in. He brings the ball down towards his hip, his back hip. Kind of got a lot of deception there with that.
Definitely has a noticeable clutch in his motion once he lifts his knee up. There it is as he lowers the hand, and that'll be line to third base to Bo Slaymaker for the second out of the inning. Really hard hit ball by Keegan Brady. Could have scored 2 runs if that gotten through, but Slaymaker in perfect position. His coach Chad Hammonds positions defense.
They say the ball finds you when you come in the game, and certainly found Bo there. Obviously, he came in after Swords left with an injury.
Slaymaker, playmaker.
Yep. That's what you've called him all year.
That's the nickname he's earning as a defensive replacement for Webster. And the first pitch will be missed low to Tyler Gade. Reach base by error back in the third inning on an E1 or an E2. That was thrown away by Nate Martinez. Tough play there. And the 1-0 pitch will be in for a strike.
There's a chance we're going to see a few change-ups here. Not something that he typically throws to righties, but he will throw it to lefties, try to keep him off balance. Could be ready for a slow roller to third or slow roller to first if he rolls over.
The sun's peeking out for the first time here at GCS. It's been overcast all day, and that'll be chopped over to the right side. Parker Wheat will field and fire to first. Good job by Kowalski covering, and that'll be the third out of the inning. Millikin stranding 3 runners on base. Bases loaded with 1 out. That opportunity could really come back to cost them. And we are through 3.5 innings. Webster 4, Millikin 2. And we are back here in the top of the 4th inning. Matt Staker leading off. Curveball dropped in by Aggie, and that'll be popped to shallow left field. And wow, what a play. That'll go in as a F6 deflected to the left fielder. That'll go in as an F6-7, I believe it is.
I don't know what the official scoring is there. That was a crazy play. Something that you don't see very often for sure.
We'll write that down as an F7 for now.
I think that's what I write it down as too. Yeah, it was a tough play. Good thing they didn't collide there. That's one of those things where the shortstop's on his way, doesn't see the left fielder, and the left fielder's looking at the ball.
And the leadoff man, Adam Level, will step to the dish, take the first pitch for a strike. Level will take that as well. That'll be low for a ball. Level will swing through for strike 2. That'll be fly down the line. Perfectly played is the right fielder for Milliken, Frank Bryan, who will make the play for out number 2. And we have the trivia question today. It'll be answered in the top of the 6th inning. Today it's going to be a Webster University baseball trivia question. Who has the most wins of any starting pitcher of all time? Option A is Josh Fleming. Option B is Sean Beaver. Option C is Jordan Smeevil. Option D is Matt Mulhern. That'll be answered in the top of the 6th inning. Stay tuned.
Don't say C. It's not C.
And RJ LaRocca will call time, step out of the box in an 0-2 hole to Aaron Aggie. And will be missed for ball 1.
Obviously, Josh Fleming, fifth round pick of the Tampa Bay Rays in 2017. He's now in the big leagues with the Rays.
That'll be popped up, but foul. Out of play.
Matt Mulhern, who was the D3 National Pitch of the Year last year. He's now currently playing for the Gateway Grizzlies right here at GCS Ballpark. And then Sean Beaver had himself a very nice career in a Gorlock uniform, also graduating last year.
And how about Jordan Smeevil? He doesn't want to talk about himself.
Yeah.
I'll say a few words about him.
Well, like I said, don't pick C because the answer is not C.
We don't know about that. You've made a lot of starts here as a pitcher, as the captain now. First year as a captain.
Yeah.
Matt Mulhern graduating. Smeevil himself is now in his has now had 2 full years as a starter here. Backed up Matt Mulhern last year, the soft lefty going after the hard righty. And that'll be it here. The bottom of the 4th, a 1-2-3 inning for the Gorlocks. RJ LaRocca will strike out looking. We'll be back to you. And we are back to you here in the top of the 5th inning. Ben Kowalski retired the last 2 outs last inning, stranding the Millikin runners, and that'll be flied to right field by Tyler Gade, and the first out will be recorded of the inning. And now the leadoff man, Tommy Shaw, will come to bat for Milliken, and he will take the first pitch for a ball. Correction, Tanner Coleman. These numbers are hard to see for Milliken. And the 1-0 pitch will be fouled back. Yeah, make sure the mic's on there, Steve.
Yeah, it looks like Cooper Hake is starting to stir a little bit down in the pen.
An odd bounce there as the second ball will be thrown.
I'd imagine this is Kowalski's game as long as it's 4-2, but if the Gorlocks score a few more runs and it gets out of reach.
What are the odds we would see Kowalski twice in one day?
We saw it the other week against Franklin.
As Coleman will ground it over to short. Staker will field and throw to first. That'll be the second out of the inning. And the three-hitter for Millikin, Garrett Fritz, steps up to bat. That'll be taken for a ball. The heart and soul of this Millikin lineup is Fritz, batting .341, leading the team in batting, along with 5 home runs. That'll also be for the team lead. And Kowalski to a quick 0-2 count. It's got to be really valuable to have a backstop like Fritz, who's also going to hit in the 3-hole and hit as well as he does. That'll be flied to right field. Level will come in on it and make the play. That's a 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 5th. Still remains 4-2 Webster. And back to you here on the Gorlock Sports Network in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bo Slaymaker will step to bat for his first at-bat of the day as he came in to replace the apparently injured Ben Swords, who came out of the game as a base runner on second base. And Slaymaker will take the first pitch for a strike. And that'll be swung through, now an 0-2 count.
It's funny, we've said that Slaymaker's been a defensive replacement for the most part, but he seems to always get at least one at-bat a game. He's put together some nice at-bats, and while the batting average doesn't reflect it, he's still putting the ball in a nice spot.
And in his 11th plate appearance on the year, his 2 hits and a walk to go with it. Has been hit by a pitch a couple times as well, too. It's actually in 13 at-bats. For a defensive replacement, a .385 on-base percentage, not too shabby.
Yeah, definitely not.
And a couple foul balls. They're good at bat here from Slaymaker.
Yeah, that's all you want from a guy that's coming in here. Hasn't really swung the bat all day. Outside of batting practice, coming in pretty cold, and we're putting together a nice at-bat against their #1 reliever.
And the 2-2 pitch will be a swing and a miss, strike 3. Second K of the day for Aaron Aggie.
Yeah, Aggie's done a great job coming in here, limiting the damage and when he came in and working quick, throwing strikes and getting outs. It's all you ask for from your number one reliever, and it's very easy to see why they trust him.
And stepping up to the plate, Evan Avola, the four-hitter, leading Gorlocks in just about every statistical category this year as a freshman. He will take the first pitch as a ball. Fortunately, no one on for him in this at-bat, as he has driven in 2 of the runs today for Webster with what it should have been 2 doubles. One did go for a double, one went for a single. And was that ever a home run swing if I saw one? That'll be a big swing and a miss.
He will have an occasional like those swing and miss, and it won't look like the greatest swing, but he definitely knows how to make an adjustment here. And I don't blame him. I mean, swinging 1-0, swing out of your shoes. I mean, the way he hits anything.
And it's not like he sacrificed power for batting averages.
Right.
He's leading the team in batting too. 443 going into the day. Must be in the 460s, yeah, by now. Seems like every hit with this amount of bats should adjust your batting average by about 10 points.
Yeah, I mean,
And maybe about 3 or 4 at bats should lower it about 10 points. An 0 for 3. And he will take 2 more balls in a row. That'll be 3 balls in a row after the 1-0 swing. That'll go for a walk. His on-base percentage is now, going into the day, was well over 500 at 530. Now must be in the 560s.
Yeah. It's crazy that he's only a freshman. He's one of the best hitters I've ever seen.
And Parker Wheel will now come to bat for Webster. Really nice to have him back up. Evan Avola there's a lot of protection in the middle of that order. And the first pitch will miss for a ball.
You have 3 lefties in Evola, Wilt, and Smith that can put the ball out of the ballpark at any given time. And so you're not really working around anyone.
Interesting that Coach Kirch doesn't decide to stagger the lefties and righties, as he has 3 lefties in a row from 4 through 6, and then 3 righties in a row from 7 through 9. But that lineup has worked very well for Webster this year. I don't know that it would matter anyway. Parker Wheel 0 for 2 today on the day, rounding out into a 3-1 and popping out to the catcher on a misspun opportunity back in the 3rd inning.
We saw those mixes of the lineups in the first week of the season in Memphis when before Laraco got hurt, where he was leading off, and then as a righty, and then AJ was batting second as lefty, and then Swords. We saw that kind of mix of righty-lefty, righty-lefty. But they found such a good groove here that there's no point in changing it up.
The 2-1 pitch is fouled away to Parker Wheel. Parker's hit the ball so hard this year. He's gone through a couple bats, shattering his Easton hype already. Just got that bat this year. That's how hard he hits it.
It's not easy to shatter a metal bat either. Can't imagine how many wood bats he would have gone through already.
Will be taken off the elbow guard. I thought it was off the knob of the bat for a second. Kind of had a bat sound to it, but he didn't make an opportunity to, or an attempt, I should say, to get out of the way. I think that's the way the rule is written. It's interesting.
Yeah, that one seemed a lot more obvious that he didn't get out of the way than the other one for the Millikin batter there in the previous inning or two. I thought that one could have been very easily called back, and clearly the umpire thought differently.
The rule has always been you're not allowed to move into it or lean in or lean over the plate. And hitters are always taught if it's thrown at you, if it's not thrown at your head, just take it off the shoulder or off the back, get the free base. But the new rules say you're not even allowed to let it hit you. You have to make an effort to get out of the way, and the calls have been very inconsistent by umpires this season. And that'll be high pop-up towards the third base side off the bat of A.J. Smith, and it will be handled by Kyle Gibson, the third baseman, for the second out of the inning. After a couple doubles earlier today, Smith just got under that one. And with 2 outs, Nate Martinez will bat with Risp again to redeem himself as he struck out last inning, the only Webster strikeout of the day. Sorry, one of 2 strikeouts on the day.
Yeah, I think AJ just got a little too excited there. First and second one out. He already has 2 doubles to the opposite field. I think he got a little excited there, wanted to do some more damage.
And there's the rule that'll be called. Didn't even look like Martinez got hit from here. Apparently, didn't look like he tried to move. Didn't even look like it hit him. But
Yeah, I mean, that looked like the same thing, just on the opposite side of the plate. I don't know why he called one and not the other.
that pitch was thrown really slow. That was a really slow breaking ball there, and it allowed the umpire to have a lot of time to see it. It's also possible Millikin complained since the last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's also one of those things, too, where, like, you throw a curveball, you want to, the batters need to stay in the box so when it breaks back, you can be able to shoot it to the right field, but I think that was the right call. Just a little confusing on why he called that one and not the other one.
According to the rule, it was the right call. I don't know how I feel about the rule. It seems it's part of the whole pace of play.
Yeah.
The pace of play effort by baseball, starting with MLB and trickling down to all levels in college, including D3, as the 1-1 pitch will be fouled back off the bat of Nate Martinez. Pace of play is really changing games as game times are as short as they've ever been. As the average age of an MLB fan who's watching a game is 57 years old. MLB wants to change that, and Nate Martinez will ground a ball up the middle, and Evan Avola will make the turn to home, and he will be safe into the plate. That is an RBI single for Nate Martinez.
Great job there with 2 strikes.
Really nice to see him redeem himself after left runner stranding back in the 3rd inning. Good 2-out hitting there for Webster University. And Millikin's head coach will make a mound visit.
I wonder if they're gonna take him out here. I think they're gonna try to save their best reliever for the second game.
Must take a lot to be fired up twice in a day. Warm up in the bullpen both times. All those warm-up pitches come back in later in the day. That'd be interesting to see if Aggie would be good to go later.
Yeah, it already takes a lot to get fired up for one game, let alone 2.
And after the pitching change, we will be back to you here at GCS Ballpark. And back to you here at GCS. Coming into pitch, the bottom of the 5th inning for Milliken is Drew Sutton. What can you tell us about him, Smeeves? As Malik Weirges will swing and a miss on a curveball in the dirt.
Not a ton of innings. Not a ton of innings for Sutton on the year, only 9. Not a 3.72 ERA. He's only walked 1 guy, so he's not going to really walk guys. He's got a 3.72 batting average against.
At this time of the year, teams will have to go deeper into their bullpen as these midweek games can really drain innings out of the bullpen. And Malik Weirges will take the curveball this time for the first ball of the count.
Yeah, with it being the last weekend of the regular season for both teams, conference tournament starting next week, it's that time of year where guys are going to be asked to bounce back multiple times a week or multiple times a game, or if there's 2 games, multiple times a game.
And that ball will be smacked down into the left field corner. 1 hops the wall from Malik Weirges. And everybody will move up 2 bases. That'll be an RBI double for Weirges. Really a big slugging percentage kind of guy. It seems he has more doubles than singles this year. Maybe as many triples and home runs as singles. Leads the team in extra base hits.
Yeah, we're just made a great adjustment there. He swung through the first pitch, sat on the second pitch, and then hammered the third pitch. It's just a great adjustment there mid at bat, and he gets rewarded with a rope down the line.
Definitely has the most raw power on the team. Just a super strong guy. In the 9-hole hitter, the shortstop, Matthew Staker will come to bat. Milliken really prioritizing throwing off-speed pitches early, but you're gonna have to hit the zone. You can't just
I don't know if
consistently get into a hole.
I don't know if we touched on this, but it looks like there's a pinch runner at third base. Mitch Daniels in for Martinez, I think.
And that'll be flied out to deep left field. And the play will be made by Keegan Brady, the center fielder. And that is 3 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Webster 6, Milliken 2. Back to you here in the top of the 6th inning. Gorlock 6, Milliken 2. And we have a few defensive substitutes here for the Gorlocks in left field now. The senior Mitch Daniels. And into play at second base is Caleb Zabrzik. Also in the game, catching for Nate Martinez is Zach Goodman. The first pitch from Kowalski will be in for a strike. And that'll be flied into shallow center field. Aaron Hopp as well, who's in the game. Missed that defensive replacement, will make the first play of the inning.
It's that time of the game. You get down late into the game when coach likes to make his substitutions. Normally we'd see Bo at second, but with Swords getting injured, kind of gives a chance for Brozik to get out there.
And it is now the top of the 6th inning. You know what that means. That is the answer to the trivia question. The question was, who has the most wins of any pitcher in Webster University baseball history? Option A was Josh Fleming. Option B was Sean Beaver. Option C was Jordan Smeevil. And option D was Matt Mulhern. And the answer is option D, Matt Mulhern, with 34 career wins. He could have gone for more if he came back for a 6th year, but signed a professional contract with the Gateway Grizzlies in his pursuit to play affiliated baseball.
Also, is my roommate. Just a little nugget there for you.
Just for everyone to know. And Smeeves, what do you think? You think you're going to catch Mulhern in your career here?
Well, it depends. I don't know. I mean, Matt definitely set the bar high. We'll see how long I can play for.
You have your years left. You could definitely make a run at it.
Yeah.
And Kelby Galladay the DH, is now on a 3-2 count. First veteran pitcher, Ben Kowalski, Webster's #1 reliever.
Yeah, I was looking at the stats earlier today. This is his 20th appearance on the year. He's only 6 shy of the appearance record in a season set by Gorlak assistant coach Adrian Santiago in 2019.
And Galladay will walk. Kowalski's not happy missing a spot there. You like the competitiveness there. Misses one spot, walks one guy. Not happy about it. Strives for perfection. That's what any good pitcher has, that quality trait. And the first pitch to McGill will miss for a ball. McGill is 0 for 2 today on the day, grounding out to the pitcher back in the second inning and reaching base by error in the fourth. And that'll be a ground ball single into left field through the 5-6 hole. Not a chance for Slaymaker or Staker to make the play there. And Millikin will have first and second just like that here in the top of the 6th inning with 1 out.
It's crazy how much you wouldn't think 2 innings would change a game that much, but in a 7-inning game here, we're already in the 6th inning. Now's the time to go for Milliken.
Webster really started to pull away with this lead. The 4-run lead, the biggest lead of the day for either team. And the game's nowhere near outreach for Milliken. 2 innings left, but after straining the bases loaded back in the 4th inning, it's really hard to get an opportunity like that. Down 2 runs, 3 runners on base. Now you're down 4 runs, you have 2 runners on base. You can still get right back into this game, but just squandering an opportunity like that is just really tough. And that'll be grounded over to first base. Parker Wilt will make the play on the run, and that will go down into left field. Possibly interference? No, just a safe call. That's a really tough play in the hole there. He's going so far into the hole, it's going to be tough to throw it to Kowalski running towards first base, timing that up on the run as you're going to have to throw it. You're out of range of a flip. And the runner was almost at second base. Parker Wheel is so close to the bag. He threw it pretty hard to try to get the runner out there, beat the runner sliding in, and pretty hard for a Staker to handle with the runner sliding in. A little bit of a collision there. No interference called. That will lead to a run scored. Not sure who the error will be charged on, but
Yeah, I think it's going to be charged on Wilt, but I think he made the right decision going to second there. The ball took him there. He just didn't make the throw.
first pitch will fall on for a strike. That looked like Kowalski's slider there, working for him.
Yeah, we'll probably see a couple more of those here. See if he can get another ground ball on the right side. It was a tough play for Wilt. It would have been a tough play if he tried to get him back at first.
I don't think there's any way he could have timed up the running Kowalski towards first.
Right.
Baiting away from the bag, would have had a throw on the run. Possible Caleb Zabrozik should have fielded that at second. Not that he didn't go for the ball, but Wilt obviously playing closer to the batter cut the distance off. But
that was a scary slide there at second. I'm glad Staker and the runner at second didn't get hurt there.
yeah, it looked like there's a little bit of a collision as well. It looked like he slid over the base. I thought there's possibly an interference going to be called. Looked like a pitch out there. That'll miss for a ball, obviously.
Look for him to go back to that slider.
Keegan Bundy's at the dish for Millikin. Now in a 2-2 count. And the pronunciation of that name is Brady. My correction. He has a double and a run scored back in the third inning. Also lined out to third in the fourth. He's hit the ball really hard today. Down in the 8 hole for Milliken, but will strike out swinging here to Kowalski for the second out of the inning.
Big strikeout there after the error from Wilt.
9-hole hitter, Tyler Gade, the left fielder, comes to bat for Milliken. Will get jammed on the inside pitch, grounds the Slaymaker, who will beat the runner to third base for the third out of the inning. Score is now Webster 6, Milliken 3. We'll be back to you here at GCS. Back to you here at GCS. Bottom of the 6th inning. Webster looking to extend their lead, score some insurance runs in the 7-inning game. Possibly only an inning left, maybe an inning and a half. Level will take the first pitch for strike. The second one will be high for a ball.
Looks like Aaron Hopp is on deck. Just came into the game last inning in center field.
He's really been used as a defensive replacement all season long. Definitely the best defensive outfielder for Webster, possibly Webster's best defensive player all around. But he's really swung a hot bat of late.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting well above 300. So for a defensive replacement, hitting well above 300, that will certainly get the job done. He had a couple huge hits last week in the midweek against WashU.
Seemed he had at least 3 or 4 doubles last week, too.
Yeah. He's an all-around, he's a great player, but he's also a great person, too.
And the 2-1 pitch will be fouled off by Level. Now in a 2-strike count. Adam Level coming into the day has been on base 63 times this year. Just really the definition of what a good leadoff hitter is. He fouls that fastball down the left field line. Foul. And the 2-2 pitch will be missed high and in.
Yeah, that's his. I mean, he's already at his third 3-2 count of the day out of 4 at bats. He's seen upwards of 20 pitches in 4 at bats, so he definitely knows how to work a count.
3-ball counts, just what a leadoff hitter wants to be in, and that will be taken for a ball. That will be his second walk of the day. Could have 4 walks. Number what? And the bunt attempt will be fouled back from Adam Level. And we should have announced the pitching change for Milliken at the beginning of this inning. We were just notified of that. The right-hand pitcher, Christian Batterick, senior from Bloomington, Illinois, now up to bat. As Level is called out on stolen base attempt. Looked like as the throw bounced up, he possibly got under the tag. The ball definitely beat him there, but looked like his foot might have beat the tag. That call will stand. He's 8 for 14 on stolen base attempts this season.
Yeah, levels out when he doesn't really argue the call. He doesn't usually like to agree with the umpires, but he didn't put up an argument there.
Slightly below a typical percentage year for stolen bases for Adam Level. 8 for 14, a little over 50%. They say it's only worth stealing a base if you're going to steal 80% with an 80% success rate. And Aaron Hopp in his first at-bat of the day thought it was a strikeout, but only had 1 strike on him.
Yeah, the scoreboard had it wrong. He was probably looking at the scoreboard. It read 1 and 2 when it should have been 2 and 1.
Now a discussion between Milliken and the umpire is pointing up in the press box, but
yeah, the scoreboard had it wrong. It was 2 and 1.
the umpire will keep his own counts. It's not up for the teams to rely on the press box. You guys gotta, or the coaches also gotta know what the count is.
Like
they will call Aaron
anyways.
Hopp out. Must have been 3 strikes though.
I had it as 2 and 1 before that second strike.
I think what may have been the issue is the umpire gave an undecisive strike call earlier in the
stolen base,
at-bat. Yeah,
right.
so people weren't sure whether it was a strike or not. The box up here recorded as a ball as 2 and 1 instead of 1 and 2. Bo Slaymaker up for his second at-bat of the day, and that'll be fly to center field. And will be handled by Keegan Brady for the 3rd out of the inning. And Webster will look to close this game off in a 7-inning game, top of the 7th next inning. Webster 3, Webster 6, Milliken 3. Back to you in the top of the 7th inning here at GCS. Kowalski looking to close out the game here for Webster. 6-3 lead here in a 7-inning game because of the doubleheader today. Any non-conference doubleheader will be 7 innings. In the conference, doubleheaders will still be 9. Kowalski will miss the first pitch for a ball, and the second pitch will be fouled back. Just to Millikin wants to lead off the inning. Their leadoff hitter, Tommy Shaw, works the count to 2 and 1. Millikin needs base runners here, down 3. If they can just get a couple runners on, maybe they can get a little luck and make a run at this game here. Tommy Shaw really trying to work the count, but that'll be called for a strike. Now 2 and 2 to the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, the first out is always super important in any inning, but especially the last inning, or what they hope is the last inning.
Kowalski will miss high. Tommy Shaw's worked this count to 3 and 2. If he can just get on base, maybe he can get something, just a little something going here for Milliken.
Him choking way up on that bat.
Good pitch by Kowalski on the back of the plate. Even a better swing from Shaw to foul it off.
Turned into a nice day out here after all.
And we will give you a radar update at some point, but right now, skies are clear. And that'll be a little flare up the middle off the handle. Tommy Shaw will get on to lead off the inning for Millikin. That was a really important at-bat there from Shaw, and he did the job getting on base. Now you have the two-hole hitter up, Tanner Coleman, in the middle of the lineup to follow.
That was a great pitch right there. Just a great, even better piece of hitting.
Possible double play ball to Zabrozic. Flips to Staker. Throws to first, and it will be beaten out by Tanner Coleman, who's running hard down the line. Hit a little softly. Not great contact. That made it tough to turn to. Caleb Zabrozic really had a charge up into the base path to get that ball and just took too much time. And I was just notified on the broadcast it's pronounced Brozic, even though there's a Z at the beginning. As a teammate of his, I never had to call him by his last name. I always assumed that it was Zabrozic. I've never heard a silent Z at the beginning of a name. An interesting pronunciation. That ball will be fly to deep left field. Mitch Daniels will get to the spot and make the play. That's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, it's funny. Caleb was actually my roommate freshman year, so the only reason I know that is because of that. Because I call him Zabrozic, and then I found out that it was Brozic. The Z was silent, so.
And for not even having the sound of Z in your name, his nickname is Z. People call him that.
Yep.
After the leadoff man, Shaw got on base, 2 quick outs, and Kowalski will try to record the save in this game, and that'll be a fielder's choice. Slaymaker to Zabrozic, and Webster will win 6-3 in the first half of this doubleheader. And we will be back to you here for Game 2 in approximately 30 minutes. Thanks for listening to the first game. And back to you for game 2 of this doubleheader, Webster versus Millikin today. On the mound today for Webster is JT Miller. What can you say about him, Smews?
He's coming off a very nice outing last time out. He's got a high 80s fastball, a nice slider. He's working on a changeup that hopefully comes into play today.
Order moved around a little bit today for Milliken in the second of the 2 games as Kyle Gibson, the third baseman, playing third, will be batting leadoff.
It's interesting. I mean, they shuffled a lot of the lineup. It's interesting to see a shuffle this deep into the season. Usually like to have a lot of continuity.
And Gibson will smack that ball down the left field line and just foul. That would have been a ground rule double, if fair.
Yeah, Gibson's coming up from the 7 hole into the leadoff spot today. Although he didn't really do much in the first game, he was 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch.
In a 1-2 count, Kyle Gibson batting .326 on the season coming into the day.
Yeah, there was that changeup there. He just left it a little out.
We'll take that for a ball. Now after the first game today, batting .328. And that'll be fouled away. Good 2-strike at bat here for Gibson. Another ball fouled away. Some pesky at-bats here from Milliken today, especially in 2 strikes.
I can see why they like him in the leadoff spot here, working the count, fouling a lot of pitches off.
And JT Miller will miss inside. As we noted the last time he pitched on the broadcast, really isn't a guy who gives up any hits at all. Has an opposing batting average of under 200, but the whip will still be around normal in the low ones. So he will walk his share of guys. It's really a strikeout and a walk hitter. Not a lot of guys are able to square up balls off of him. 3-2 pitch is fouled away.
Yeah, 34 strikeouts and 25 in the third inning is a lot of strikeouts.
Something else to note about this Milliken team as I'm going through their roster, it seems many of their guys who are big contributors are freshmen. Throughout this entire lineup, they have a pretty high number compared to other teams you would see. And Kyle Gibson with the promotion to the leadoff spot in the second game of the doubleheader today will have a great first at bat and draw a walk. Several foul balls, worked at the 3-2. Saw plenty of pitches, and it's really good to let your guys behind you see pitches to know what to expect when they come to bat. Batting second is Lucas Ryan, the catcher for today's game. He'll take the first pitch inside for ball 1.
This is where Miller can run into a little bit of trouble when he gets behind in counts.
Already walked the leadoff hitter now. 1-0 to Lucas Ryan. He will miss high and out. Fastball really tailed on him there. Now ready to a quick 2-0 count after walking in the leadoff hitter. Something to keep an eye on. Lights have turned on for this second game of the doubleheader. It's overcast once again. Lighting really dimming down, so definitely needed to turn those on. And JT Miller will get a swing and a miss on the 2-0 pitch to Lucas Ryan. Lucas Ryan on the season batting .246 in 57 at-bats. Only 1 extra base hit out of all those hits, and he will show bunt to third base. Mitch Daniels charging in, wasn't able to make the transfer into the throwing hand. Most likely will go in as a hit. We'll see what the decision will be. Will go in as a hit.
That was a tough play. Great bunt there. I know Daniel's playing third base for the first time in a while. It's a tough play to make.
It's a really well placed bunt by Lucas Ryan. Now Tanner Coleman, the first baseman, will be batting third in this game. And he will show bunt as well. And he will foul that away off the catcher, Zach Goodman.
Very interesting to see your three-hitter square to bunt when the first inning with nobody out. Shows how much these first 2 runs matter to him.
It was interesting to see that for Webster, too, in the first game when Parker Wilt showed bunt. He's a big power hitter, not one of those guys you would usually expect to show bunt. But that's just a big part of D3 baseball, bunting. Really any part of college baseball. JT Miller will miss down. Now in a 1-1 count versus the 3-hitter Tanner Coleman.
We saw Swords go out of the game in the first game, and obviously not in the lineup. Hopefully, it's just a little bit of a precautionary measure as we get into the last week of the regular season.
First game of the year, Ben Swords will not start. Actually, the first game that Ben Swords will not start in his entire career at Webster University. He's been that durable. And last year, Mitch Daniels got to play a little bit of third base, not a whole lot, when Matt Staker broke a bone in his hand and missed the regionals. Ben Swords slid over to shortstop. Mitch Daniels went into third. And Coach Kirch will make a mound visit here. Another in the middle of the at-bat mound visit. Something interesting that a lot of coaches do, but when he wants to go out, he will go out after having a few command issues early on. 2-1 count to Tanner Coleman. Courage takes his opportunity to go out.
Yeah, not surprising to see this mound visit. I know when you struggle throwing strikes at the beginning, coach will go out there, try to calm you down. It looks like he's pointing to the pen to get somebody up and moving. These games are so shortened because it's 7 innings that you don't want to give away any free runs.
And JT Miller will paint the outside corner for strike 2. That 2-1 pitch is really a big pitch, really dictates the entire count. You have the opportunity to go to 3-1 or 2-2. Those 2 counts have such different implications on the outcome of the at-bat. Now Tanner Coleman will have to turn into a good 2-strike hitter here. He will hit a tapper over the mound. Staker comes charging in on it. Will throw out Coleman by a half step. Nice play by Matt Staker. But Coleman will do the job, moving the runners up a base, moving them from first to second and second to third. A lot of the times you're going to try to hit the ball to the right side there, but a slow ground ball to the shortstop Matt Staker will do the job just as well. Now for the 4-hitter, Garrett Fritz comes to bat. He's leading the team in batting this year at .338, along with 5 home runs. Just the guy you went up with, runners in scoring position. Other than Mitch Daniels at third, the infield's playing back, so ground ball anywhere other than the pitcher and third baseman will score a run.
Yeah, Miller could have really used a strikeout there. It was unfortunate. It was a good pitch. It's a good job by Coleman of getting that ball in play there.
The 1-0 pitch to Fritz, a big swing and a miss for the big slugger. Now in a 1-1 count. Wind has really died. There's absolutely no wind right now. The flag's just hanging completely straight down to the ground. And another swing and a miss for Fritz, throwing a fastball in the outside corner. Going from 1-0 to 1-2.
It'll be interesting to see what this pitch is here. He's been late on the fastball. You don't want to speed his bat up, but he also has that wipeout slider. He's probably thinking, in the hitter's mind, is probably thinking it's going to be some sort of off speed here.
Mitch Daniels playing now a step back at third. Miller will miss outside.
Yeah, not a bad pitcher. I think Goodman set up like he wanted that pitch up. If you're gonna miss up, or if you're gonna miss that pitch, don't make it hittable. And it was outside enough where he had to lay off.
Two-two pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Pitch was definitely off the plate. Fritz will chase. Looked like he may have chased the second strike too. Definitely not the pitch you would want to swing at with 1 strike when he swung and missed at the outside pitch. Then he will do so again for the strikeout.
Yeah, he got the exact result he wanted out of that at bat there. 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Get a punch out there. Now you're at 2 outs with the base open. You don't have to be perfect here, but you can also attack him.
And the ball will get away. Run will score. Kyle Gibson will come across. That'll go in as a wild pitch. Tough pitch to block for Zach Goodman. After a big strikeout for JT Miller, the run will still score from 3rd. Kyle Gibson coming across the plate. Now Keegan Brady, center fielder in the 5-hole for today's game, will come to bat. Off to a quick 2-0 start. And the pitch grounded down the line and fair. That'll be another run for Milliken. Gibson makes an aggressive turn but will put his foot in the ground, and he will be content with an RBI single. 2-0 Milliken. Lucas Ryan is the one who came around to score. After a tough loss for Milliken in Game 1, off to a very energetic and great start. It's definitely what they say in baseball. You got to have a short memory. And right back at it quick here in Game 2.
I mean, it's big for Milliken to get on the board here in the 1st inning. It puts a little bit of pressure on Webster when they come up to bat.
That'll be flare. Oh, what a play by Parker Wheel. And the ball will come out, unfortunately. Hope Parker Wheel's okay. Looked like he hit his wrist or arm into the ground pretty bad as he went to go for that ball. Definitely landed awkwardly as the ball was flared down the line. It looked like he made an outstanding catch till he landed on his wrist and the glove came off and the ball went trickling out. Definitely a little shaken up as he's being checked on by his teammates, and Coach Courage will walk out to see how he's doing.
Definitely hope he's all right. You don't want another injury. Already had one too many today with Swords.
Parker Wheel, one of the most valuable Gorlocks in this Webster lineup, heading in the 4-hole today. It's been a staple in the 5-hole. Middle of this lineup for Webster. Get a pat on the back and will stay in the game. A little banged up, but should be good to go. That really would have been an outstanding catch if he was able to hold on to that, but
it was a great effort.
Just happy that he's okay.
You're looking here for a high fastball, probably for Miller.
The 0-2 pitch called outside. It's Tommy Shaw, the second baseman, who will be in the 6-hole for today's game. Tommy Shaw batting .261 on the season. No home runs to his name, and he will sky the ball into the right center gap. There to make the plays, Adam Level. And that is it for the top frame of the 1st inning. Millikin off to an early start. Millikin 2, Webster 0. Back to you here in the bottom frame of the first inning. Milliken off to an early 2-0 start over Webster. Adam Level, trusty leadoff hitter here for the Gorlocks, steps up to the plate for his first at bat of the day. And that'll be in for strike one. And a two-way player for Milliken pitching in this game is Kelby Galladay, who batted in the 5-pole last game and DH'd. It's pretty impressive to be a two-way at this level. And the 0-2 pitch will be fouled away by Adam Level. And the 0-2 pitch will be grounded over to second base. And Level will be thrown out by a step. He is never thrown out by more than one step, no matter where the ground ball is hit. That's how fast, that's the speed that Adam Level contains.
It's Galladay's 10th appearance of the year, his 4th start. Is an 8.27 ERA coming into the game here. Milliken has a busy weekend, finishing up their conference play on Saturday and Sunday, so looks like a little bit of a spot start here for Galladay.
RJ LaRocco, the sophomore, two-hole hitter here for Webster. The left fielder foul off the first pitch. And that pitch will be put into play towards the right side. Slide and make the play is Frank Bryan for the second out of the inning. And the first time this season that a three-hitter for the Gorlocks not named Ben Swords will
First time in years.
Yeah, I think he may have batted 4 for a while last year behind Kyler Kent.
Yeah, you're right.
But the first time in years that he's not in the lineup. But definitely the first time this season that Ben Swords isn't in the 3-hole. And that it's Evan Avola today being promoted. I don't know if it's a promotion or just really a different spot, as he usually bats in the 4-hole. And he will take the first pitch for strike one. And the changeup from Galladay will miss outside now in a 1-1 count. Evan Avola, red-hot freshman for Webster University. That'll also miss for a ball now in a 2-1 count. And we were talking about last game, trying to predict until the stats would be loaded after 2 hits. What do you mean the 460s are not? It's officially 453. That's his average today.
And counting.
And counting as he lines a line drive into right field. And always counting.
Yeah. Seems like it's always going up these days.
I don't know, 460, maybe 458 after that one. We'll see. we have to wait for them to refresh after the game. But
well, whatever it is, it's very good.
It's now his 54th hit of the season.
I would have to imagine that when Ben Swords' time is up in the Gorlock uniform, we'll see Mr. Evola take over the 3-hole for a long time coming.
You would have to imagine. Back in the 4-hole now is Parker Wheel. He originally started this season in the 4-hole until Evan Evola established himself as the cleanup hitter for the Gorlocks. Parker Wheel will ground that ball just foul. Parker Wheel batting .336 on the season with 5 home runs. He'll go along with 38 runs scored and 35 RBIs. Just a very balanced hitter for Webster. Rarely strikes out, always hits the ball hard, puts the ball in play, and really the power has just really been there too. 5 home runs to go along with 7 doubles and 2 triples. It's good for a .517 slugging percentage. So the 0-1 pitch will be fouled away. Quickly into a 0-2 hole here. Evan Evola, the runner on first base with 2 outs. Throw over.
The second baseman's really deep here on Parker.
I was just about to touch on that. Really a few steps off the infield dirt into the outfield. Wonder if he's going to creep into his ready position, or he's really just giving him a lot of room over there.
Makes sense. I mean, Parker pulls the ball on the ground, he hits it pretty hard, so it'll get on you quick.
Especially on the turf, you definitely have more time. That would definitely be an interesting way to play lefties of Webster University, especially at this field and on other turf fields. Notably, this turf field, too, is faster than most any turf fields you'll play on, so that second baseman really has the ability with the short throw to play pretty deep over there.
It's interesting looking at how everyone's set up in the field. I mean, you have your second baseman kind of deep and your shortstop almost directly behind second base, but then your outfield's pretty much straight up.
And shifts are pretty rare in the D3 level just because you don't have the scouting reports on other hitters, but this past weekend versus Greenville had some big shifts on Webster. They had 3 infielders on the left side. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Webster themselves had some pretty good shifts for lefty batters. And what do you know? They shift to the right side.
And that's how you beat the shift.
He'll put it between the 5-6 hole. Just a really well-rounded, all-around hitter. There isn't really a shift that will be effective versus well-rounded hitters like Parker Wheel, and that shows, there's the evidence right there. That one-hop line drive through the hole. And now, that's what we were talking about earlier today. A.J. Smith in the 6th hole. He's going to see a lot of RBI opportunities. This really fits the type of hitter he is. Now with 2 outs, he had a bunch of RBIs earlier today. Now is a chance to drive in Evan Evola batting in Risp on second base.
Yep, 2 for 3 in the first game with 2 doubles and out to left field.
The first pitch will be flied to left field, hit pretty well. Back goes Tyler Gate, and he will make the play. And that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. The score will remain Millikin 2, Webster 0. And we're back to you here in the top of the second inning. JT Miller back on the mound after letting up 2 runs on 2 hits in the first inning, and he will fire the first pitch in for a strike against Frank Bryan, the right fielder for Millikin. And Miller will miss for a ball. On the season, Frank Bryan hitting exactly 300 to go along with 3 home runs, and he will pop that ball to the right side. Parker Wheel backing, pedaling, taking control, and making the play for the first out of the inning. Tyler Gade, the left fielder, batting in the 8 hole for Milliken. The lefty. Batting .323 in limited appearances. 17 starts in 18 games. Not eligible. First pitch will be in for a strike. And Miller will miss for a ball. Like Kowalski, Miller has a really deceptive arm slot. It's deceptively in a different way, though. It's really whippy. Really whippy action on his fastball.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, very deceptive. It's not, I mean, clearly by the stats, guys are hitting under 200 on him, so it's not very easy to see that ball. He started to work in a lot of slide steps to home instead of kind of picking that knee all the way up in an effort to get downhill and be quicker to home.
And that'll be hit down the line, and that'll be a fair ball into the corner. Weirges will pick it up and throw to second, but that'll be a stand-up double for Tyler Gade. Really did a nice job of JT Miller just firing in the fastball, but really does a nice job of not trying to do too much and just going with it, hitting it where the pitch is pitched. Out into the left field corner, and really had a tough angle. It looked like it was going to go foul, but it just, not a lot of wind here today. It stayed true, didn't have a ton of slice, and one-hop the wall. We've seen a ton of balls one-hop that wall today, haven't we?
Yeah, we sure have. I mean, they've been using left field all day. I don't know if Larocco kind of got a little nervous with the wall there or what, but it looked a little weird from up here.
And correction, that is R.J. Larocco playing left field. Malik Weirges is in right field. Malik did play left field for a while RJ was hurt, but Malik now back to right field. Yeah, definitely tight confines down in that corner. Not a lot of foul territory. And yeah, just a big, heavy, hard wall you don't want to run into. That'll be popped to the right side. We'll play it on a hop. Flip to Miller, and he will beat Liam McGill to the bag. That'll go for the second out of the inning, and is a 3-1 ground out. Now with the runner on third, the runner is Tyler Gade. This is a big RBI opportunity. Batting now in wrist, runner in scoring position. Kyle Gibson, the leadoff hitter, who walked on his first plate appearance of the day, will pop the first pitch he sees to center field. Adam Level under it. Will handle and make the play. That is the third out. Score remains 2-0 Milliken through an inning and a half here at GCS. Back to you here at GCS. Webster getting their second at-bats of the game, down 2-0. Milliken off to that early 2-0 lead in the top of the first inning. We have a new pitcher in for Milliken. What do you have for him, Smuse?
I'm going to try to find out who it is here.
Bear with us. It's tough to get information here in the press box that quickly. We don't have access to it. What we do know is he's a lefty. That's what we do know. Malik Weirges will foul ball off now in a 1-1 count. Pitcher is Max Simpson. He is a freshman from Evansville, Illinois. 6'3", 175 pounds from Redbud High School.
Looks like it's going to be a full bullpen day in the second game here for Milliken. I don't know if every guy's going to go one inning or what, but
And Weirges will take the ball now in a 2-2 count. Had a nice day earlier with the big double off the left field wall. Now back at it again in the second half of the doubleheader. The 2-2 pitch will be hit down the line and foul. Down the third base line into the field and bounces back onto the turf.
he roped a double in the first game in left field, and he tried to do it again there.
It's definitely a guy who's looking to get the ball out in front and do damage. As we said earlier, just a ton of raw strength and power. That'll be a curveball. Really stayed through that line drive back up the middle. Makes an aggressive turnaround first, and we'll scamper back to first base.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Simpson's pitch mix is there, but he was way out in front of that last one. I probably would have thrown a changeup if Simpson had one right there. Weirges did a great job staying back on that and shooting it up the middle.
That was definitely the breaking ball of Simpson. Weirges did a really good job. His hands did not go around it. Wasn't trying to, with 2 strikes, wasn't trying to catch it out in front. Just doing a really nice job of staying inside of where the pitch is going to break, beating it to that spot, staying true with his hands right up the middle, sending that line drive. Yeah, a really nice piece of hitting there. And now up to bat is Goodman, who's getting the start today after Nate Martinez started in the first one. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Off to a 1-0 start in the at-bat is Goodman. Throw over from Simpson will be spiked down in the dirt.
Yeah, we'll see if with that spike, I know just one play, but we'll see if Coach Kurtz tried to take advantage of that there.
Reminded me a little of John Lester there, huh?
Yeah. Oh, God, well, John Lester wouldn't have thrown it over there to begin with.
Possibly a little bit of the yips throwing over there. That really did not look good. And 1-0 pitch is fouled away by Goodman. You know, if you really have a pitcher who's not comfortable throwing over, it's just a different throw. It's shorter. It's just a different angle.
Yeah, you can really put a lot of pressure on him here.
Yeah, it can really make pitchers uncomfortable, and you can take a lot of advantage of that when you get on the bases. The pitch will miss outside. Now a 2-1 count to Zach Goodman, senior catcher.
See if he works a good at bat here. I know he hasn't had a lot of at bats in recent games, but he can always put together a really good at bat. And most important is to get Malik into scoring position here with less than 2 outs.
And luckily there for Simpson, that looked like a pretty solid throw. So looks like he's found his groove on pickoff attempts to first base. And on the season, Zach Goodman's batting .262 with a home run to his name and 65 at-bats. Biggest strength, though, for the Gorloks is his defensive ability behind the plate. He's really one of Webster's strongest catchers at receiving, throwing out runners, blocking. Just does a really nice job helping out the pitching staff back there. Now in a 2-2 count, Simpson will throw over again. Malik Weirges slides back easily.
You see those pickoffs, and then And when he comes home, he's very quick to home with that slide step, so it's going to be very tough to steal a bag here. I don't think he's going to be in motion.
And the 2-2 pitch. Nice looking curveball there. Be fouled out of play. Really had a lot of good movement there.
Looks to me like he's really utilizing that curveball instead of a changeup. Normally, with lefties, you see a lot of changeup mix.
Possibly that Goodman's the lefty batter, lefty likes his breaking ball. But if we're a righty, you would most likely see the changeup working, fading away from batters. Looks like it was back to the fastball. That'll be flied high into right field. I lost it myself in the lights. But the right fielder, Frank Bryan, certainly didn't, as he will make the play.
Now batting shortstop number 28, Matt Staker.
Matt Staker up to bat for his first at bat of the day. As Jordan Smeeville mentioned earlier, really considered the heart and soul of this team by Coach Courage. And he will see the first pitch down for a ball.
Yeah, in that article that I mentioned in the first game, he also, call him the heart and soul of the team. He also said he was the best defensive player he's ever coached, and he's had a long line of great defensive players, so that's a pretty big honor.
The 1-0 pitch will also miss for a ball.
I know we always highlight his defensive attributes and what he brings to the table on the defensive side, but I don't think we can mention enough the kind of season he's having offensively at the plate. Just a career year and year number 5.
And the pickoff move will be thrown away. Spiked into the dirt once more. Malik will be in the second base safe. And the John Lester looking move did come back to bite Milliken
sure did.
And Simpson. Now, 1 might be an anomaly, but 2 certainly isn't. You know he has a rough move over to first base. Definitely looks like he's having trouble on pickoff attempts.
It's one of those things that can also come back to get you in with a batter at the plate too. It can start to get in your head, and you can start losing focus on the task at hand. As we're seeing here, he falls down 3-0.
The key is for Webster to get back into this game, get base runners on. Simpson just does not look comfortable in these settings. Another 3-0 count, a hitter like Staker. I'd be surprised if he swung the bat 3-0. That'll hit the inside corner for strike 1.
That was a really good pitch there.
And the 3-1 pitch to Matt Staker will miss inside for a ball. He's got his first walk of the game in his first at bat. First Squirrellock walk of the day. And Mitch Daniels will get his first at bat of the game here, getting the start for Ben Swords at third base. Started a few games in Florida during the Florida trip, back when Ben Swords was playing a little bit of shortstop. First time, as we said earlier, first time in 5 years Ben Swords isn't starting a game as a Gorlock at third, or in the lineup for the Gorlocks. Mitch Daniel and Matt Staker will man the left side today. Mitch Daniels will take the first pitch in for a strike.
See, Mitch usually has his way with lefties. See what he can do here. He's got a lot of the right side of the infield wide open with a little bit of a shift on here.
He will show bunt. That'll be popped up. Looked like the play was made, and it is caught by the catcher, Lucas Ryan. Our vision was cut off by the overhang. Umpire waves his fist in the air, signaling for the out. That is now the third botched bunt opportunity for both teams combined today. Catchers very involved in making putouts in these bunt chances.
That's pretty rare to see from Daniels. Usually gets the bunt down really well with good success. Been a weird day for bunters.
And Adam Lovell will get his second at bat of the day with runners on. He's known more for scoring runs, but has plenty of RBIs himself, with a tally of 30 on the season. And he'll take the first pitch in the at bat for a strike, or for a ball. I'm sorry. The 1-0 pitch will be down. Now in a 2-0 count, this is when we see Adam Lovell become very patient, very selective. You know, 3-0 he doesn't swing at all. Not sure about 2-0. I'd be hard-pressed to imagine that he would swing here, though. Doesn't matter. The pitch will miss by a lot. Now in a 3-0 count, Adam Lovell leading the team with 23 walks on the season.
Could be in line for number 24 here.
That's certainly where I'd place my money. And Simpson will get the call. The pitch may have or may not have brushed the outside corner. Regardless, it'll be called a strike. Now in a 3-1 count with 2 outs, Adam Lovell with Weirges on second and Staker on first. And there's the walk. Takes a high fastball in a 3-1 count. Get his first walk of the season, and that walk number 24 we were talking about earlier. That's pretty close to a walk a game. Top that with the 3 hit by pitches. That's extremely close to that. And then with all the hits Adam Lovell gets, equates to a .415 on base percentage. Batting now with the bases loaded is the 2-hitter sophomore RJ LaRocco, coming off the huge season. Newcomer of the year last year, I believe, in the SLIAC conference.
He sure was, yep.
If that's the name of the award.
I'll venture to guess that Mr. Avnivola might take home that award this year.
Now, in your freshman year, do you know who won it, or was there no award that season
There was
due to COVID?
no award that season due to COVID. We didn't get to play any conference games in 2020.
Otherwise, Jordan Smeevil may have been the front runner for that. As RJ LaRocco will ground the ball over to third, and the play will be made. Nice running play by the third baseman, Kyle Gibson, throwing it on the run. And the Webster will strand 3 runners on base with the bases loaded here. Milliken's up 2-0 going into the top of the third. And back to here at GCS Ballpark. Lucas Ryan leading off the top of the third inning. for Milliken. He will take the first pitch in for a strike. That'll be also called a strike. Off to a quick 0-2 start is Lucas Ryan. Catching today here for Milliken. JT Miller will miss it inside for a ball. Lucas Ryan batting .246 on the season. But getting the nod to bat in the 2-hole today.
Yeah, Ryan only one extra base hit. That was a double.
Really interesting choice in promoting him here, but 439 on base percentage would probably explain that.
Sure would.
18 walks on the season, too. That'll be fly down the left field line. Jay LaRocco will not be able to play it. It lands in the grass field just beyond the Gorlock bullpen. Count will remain 2-2.
Speaking of the bullpen, Cooper Hake was up last inning for the Gorlocks. He is not up currently. See how long it takes for him to get up.
Really seems like the Gorlock bullpen revolves around Cooper Hake, the six-year senior.
Yep, Cooper Hake and Ben Kowalski. Obviously, Ben may be down in this game considering he threw a lot of pitches in the last game, so it could be Cooper first in relief today.
And the swing and a miss, strike 3 for JT Miller. That'll be his second strikeout of the day. Big strikeout per 9 type of player. And Lucas Ryan will go down. And the 3-hitter Tanner Coleman, the first baseman, stepped to bat, batting .318 on the season with 1 home run to his name. Righty versus righty. JT Miller will pull that pitch outside, missing for ball 1. And some MLB score updates around the league. Guardians now take a 6-5 lead over the Blue Jays, as that ball will be grounded over to Matthew Staker at short, and the play will be made. Second out of the inning. Phillies in a 7-1 rout over the Mets in the bottom of the 6th inning. Orioles tied 3-3 with the Twins, top of the 6th inning. Astros up 1-0 over the Tigers. Brewers are win 10-5 over the Reds. And the Angels, as we said earlier, won 8-0. As we talked about Trout and featured Shohei Ohtani. How special it is what he's doing. And stepping to bat is Garrett Fritz. Designated hitter, struck out in his first at-bat of the day.
Yeah, my lovely Chicago Cubs had the day off, thank God. They've been in a bit of a rut lately with the Dodgers coming to town. Shouldn't get any easier.
How about the rookie Seiya Suzuki, though?
He's struggling right now, but he is fun to watch.
Remember the first 15 games or first 10 games or so? I think he was.
Yeah, he was like the best
10-game hit streak.
Yeah, he was one of the best hitters in baseball in the first 10 games. I think the league has finally adjusted to him a little bit, but hopefully he comes back around. They have bigger issues to worry about than him.
And that'll be smacked down the line into the left field corner. RJ LaRocca will cut it off, though, holding Garrett Fritz to a single in his second at-bat of the game.
Now batting center fielder Malik Weirges.
Center fielder Keegan Brady, who got moved up to the 8-hole. Up to bat today. Up to bat now. First pitch slider from JT Miller. I really like the looks of that. His fastball is so fast. Batters are really trying to gear up for that, especially on the strike one. You're not expecting an off-speed pitch. You just drop in an off-speed pitch. That's really is a good chance of being taken. And if it's a strike, it's gonna be called. If you hear that noise behind the Gorlock dugout, it's a little bit of a new fan base today for Webster. Very rowdy section over there.
They certainly are having themselves a Thursday night.
They most certainly are. Looks like, I believe they come from a soccer background. And bring a little bit of the soccer atmosphere to the ballpark here at GCS.
Yeah, we were talking to them between games. They said they had no idea what the premises of the game of baseball were, but they were just out here to have a good time.
Well, their energy looks unmatched.
Yep.
Hopefully a spark here for the Gorlocks down in a 2-0 hole in the top of the third inning. 1-2 count, misses low. And there's more of the soccer chant there. That was a really loud one there.
They're right behind the Corlock dugout. I'm sure Coach Kirch is loving it. Not really.
And they were given permission to run the pieces after the game, too. A really special opportunity for some new fans who haven't experienced baseball in their lives before.
I'd imagine if that could change if the Gorlocks don't come back in this one. I'm sure Coach won't be too happy or too willing to let them run the bases.
Yeah, Coach will
Still early.
probably lock the gates before they can come down on the field. And not give much of an explanation, but 3-2, 2 outs. Garrett Fritz on first running, and that will miss for a ball.
That was a tough at bat there. He was 0-2 and turned it into 4 straight balls.
Right around the season average for JT Miller. That's his second walk in 3 innings, so that's 6 walks per 9. Definitely somebody who runs it up a little more than you would expect.
Yeah, it's usually the walks that get him in trouble. I mean, like we said, he has a batting average against under 200, so he's not really getting hit. Just when you walk a few guys and then somebody does happen to get a hit, that's where you get hurt, especially with 2 outs.
And Tommy Shaw, second baseman up to bat, flew out to center field in his first opportunity in this game. Will take the first pitch for a ball.
See Coach Kurtz down in the dugout kind of walking around. I wonder if he's thinking about making a change here. He's not afraid to do it mid.
And who does that look like in the bullpen? Is that Cooper Hake?
Yep, it is.
Cooper Hake has been given the signal to warm up with Coach Santiago, the pitching / bullpen coach, closely monitoring him down there. It looks like most of the bullpens in the dugout looks pretty empty down there.
It's a big at-bat here for Miller.
Tommy Shaw on a 1-1 count. Will ground that up the middle. Possible double play ball. Staker. Or, I'm sorry, there's 2 outs there. Fielder's choice. Slide clipped A.J. Smith. That would have been interference if there was only 1 out. That would have been a double play anyway, but that is the end of the inning. Millikin 2, Webster 0. And Evan Avola back to bat, his second plate appearance of the day. Smacking that single back in the first inning for his 3rd hit of the day total. First of the second game of the doubleheader. Takes the first pitch for strike one.
3 for 3 with 2 doubles and a walk. I say that's a pretty good day so far.
Should have been 2 doubles. The one ball he hit
Or
off
yes,
the wall.
correct.
But it should have been. And that'll be fly to left field, hit really high. About routine depth. Left fielder Tyler Gade will make the play for the first out of the inning.
Now batting first baseman number 14, Parker Weirges.
And Parker Wheel batting cleanup today. The second half of this doubleheader steps to the plate. Coming into the game batting .336. First pitch curveball fouled into the Milliken dugout.
This is a tough matchup, lefty on lefty. He's got a nice curveball.
Lefty Simpson versus Wheel. Will miss low for ball one. 1-1 count.
Yeah, like I was saying, these are tough matchups here. 3 lefties in a row versus a lefty. We'll see how long Simpson goes any further into this game after this inning.
Scoreboard's all 1-1, 1 out. Wheel grounded over to second base. Play will be made for a 4-3 ground out. Tommy Shaw with the assist.
Second baseman number 22, A.J. Smith.
Quick 2 outs for Webster this inning. A.J. Smith batting in the 6th hole. First plate appearance of the day went for an F7 fly out to left field. Now batting with 2 outs again. In the bottom of the 3rd. Simpson will miss low for ball 1. A.J. Smith batting .331 on the season. 4 home runs.
Certainly could use a 5th right here.
And he's a guy who's he's really stayed in the program. 7th year now. Probably the longest tenured player ever at Webster.
Yeah, he told me the other day after we won 2 games on Saturday that this was his 207th win in a Gorlock uniform, which Coach Courage had just passed 500. So Tony's
That's pretty impressive.
yeah, Tony's been here for almost half of them.
And he's a guy who really didn't get a lot of playing time until his senior
Right.
season.
He was hurt in and out of the lineup. Came in and has been hitting ever since.
For a guy who didn't play till his senior year, he's going to have a full 4 college years of college stats to his name. As he'll swing and miss at the 2-1 fastball, now in a 2-2 count, all 2s. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Simpson shakes off the sign, then nods and deals. And will ring up Smith on the outside corner, getting the called strike 3 call. Millikin will stay ahead, 2-0 through 3. Leading off for Milliken here in the top of the 4th inning. It's Frank Bryan. After disappointing 6-3 loss for them earlier, as Parker Wilt will make the first play in foul territory. Leaving lots of runners on base last game. Milliken playing a really sound game to start off. 3 shutout innings so far. And off to a 2-0 start here in the top of the 4th. Top of the 4th, you know what that means. That's time for our trivia question. This one today is, who is the all-time Gorlock hit leader in Webster University baseball history? Option A is Ben Swords. Option B is Kyler Kent. Option C is Cody Stevenson. And option D is Kyle Urich. The answer will be announced in the top of the 6th inning. Stay tuned for that. And now batting the left fielder is Tyler Gade. Doubled in his first plate appearance of the day back in the 2nd. And is now in a 1-1 count versus JT Miller. And that pitch will miss high. Now 2-2 to Tyler Gade. And he will be rung up. Tyler Gade on the outside corner. Nice pitch from JT Miller. JT Miller's 3rd strikeout of the day.
So nice.
For the 2nd out of the inning.
Miller's done a great job settling in here into the 4th inning. We didn't know there was action in the pen in the 2nd inning. Didn't know if he'd get through the 2nd inning. He's done a good job getting through it here.
And the shortstop, Liam McGill, will fly a ball into left field. RJ LaRocca will camp under it and make the play. It's 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the 4th inning. Webster will look to put some runs on the board. Still 2-0 Milliken through 3.5. And we are back to you here at GCS in the bottom of the 4th inning. Trivia question will be, the answer to it will be told in the top of the 6th inning. But we do have a correct answer. Smeeves, who is that?
I want to, I had foul ball there. I want to give a nice shout out to Gorlock baseball alum Jake Noble for answering the question correctly. Jake's chilling at home watching the game back home in the Chicagoland area. Hope he's doing well.
And back to you here at GCS. Malik Weirges will foul the 0-0 pitch away. Still in the game is Simpson, entering his 3rd inning on the mound. He would dot up a fastball in the outside corner now in an 0-2 holes Malik Weirges. And that'll be crushed to deep left field. Going back is Gage. That is gone. Malik Weirges, home run. Just like that, Gorlock's cut the lead in half on the Malik Weirges dinger.
The fans behind the dugout, the Rowdy fans, there's one.
And now we have one holding up beer on top of the Gorlock's dugout, leading the chant. We got a really nice soccer atmosphere in here at GCS. That'll really get the energy going here. Now to follow up, the catcher, Zach Goodman, steps into the box. And that ball is crushed to deep right field. Oh, and that will be caught. Coming over to make the play is the right fielder, Frank Bryan. I really thought we had back-to-back home runs there.
That ball just didn't carry anywhere. Usually, I mean, the flag's not moving.
Possibly had a little topspin on it. At the end, it looked like the right fielder, Frank Bryan, was able to get to the spot, but then all of a sudden came back in on it. It looked like the ball was kind of spinning downwards as it went up.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was going off the back wall.
It really looked like it was crushed, and it just spun down. Back-to-back home runs would have really been something special to tie the game up. Now, fifth-year captain Matthew Staker steps into the box and fouls the first pitch.
Yeah, I know Zach. Every time he lines one out or he flies out, he likes to say he just missed it.
That sideways head tilt is a signature of his.
He likes to say he just missed it, and he certainly just missed that one. I'll give him that one.
And Staker will tap it over to second base. Fielded and thrown out. The play made by Tommy Shaw. And Mitch Daniels, playing third base today for Ben Swords, will now step into the box. Mitch Daniels was a staple of the lineup last year, playing second base and sliding over to third towards the end of the season. He's been more used as a defensive replacement this year, but getting the start in the second half of this doubleheader, and will fly a ball down the right field line into the seats, foul.
See if you can flip the lineup over here with 2 outs, get back to the top of the order. Got a feeling this is going to be a 1-run ball game either way. Take any base runner you can.
And nighttime has set in here at GCS. Completely dark sky. Lights shining bright. 0-1 pitch, Daniels. Missed low for a ball. And Daniels will fly a ball into center field. Taking a few steps back, then settling under is Keegan Brady for the third out of the inning. Although Malik Weirges did cut the lead in half. Now it's a 2-1 Millikin lead going into the top of the fifth inning. at GCS Ballpark after 2-run first inning for Millikin. JT Miller settled down with 3 scoreless frames, now pitching in the top of the 5th inning. Leadoff man Kyle Gibson comes to bat.
We'll see how long Coach Kerr decides to ride it out here with JT Miller. Hake is still warming in the pen. It looks like we're going to have someone joining him down there for some double barrel action. Looks like it's Sebastian Barrera, the freshman.
And that'll be fouled and into the almost takes out the bullpen catcher, which I don't know which one of those catchers of ours that is. Can't tell. Nico looks like one of them. Not. It looked like Giso was the one almost taken out. Probably as close of a call as he's had as down there.
He's got a spotter, but the spotter couldn't help him out much there.
And the spotter's Joel Arsenal, a former shortstop. He should have been able to do something there. Nice play by Mitch Daniels, and he will throw over to first. Just get the runner. Speedy Kyle Gibson, leadoff hitter, running down the line to record the first out of the inning.
That was a nice play from Daniels there. He kind of lost his footing there for a second, got up and fired a dot over to first.
Good throw indeed it was. And the 2-hole Lucas Ryan, the catcher, 1 for 2 on the day with a single back in the first and a strikeout, swinging as well. And he will fly that ball into deep right field. Malik Weirges going back on it, and it will be gone. Almost robbed it. Really looked like he robbed it. The whole stadium went silent for a second as his glove was behind the wall. The whole Gorlock side of the stadium was hoping they'd see him pull his glove back into play with the ball in it, but when he went to reach with his hand over the wall, we found out that it was gone. That'll extend the Milliken lead to 3-1. That's the first home run of the season for Lucas Ryan. Only his 15th hit. Actually, 16th hit. Second hit of the day. He's had limited at-bats, and that's it's probably his biggest hit ever. It's a part of Milliken baseball.
He's had a nice day overall. He's got 2 runs scored. He had a single on a bunt in the first. And then the home run there.
The 3-hole hitter Tanner Coleman off to a quick 3-0 count this at bat. 2 6-3s on the day. Shortstop Matt Staker should be prepared over there for another ground ball, and that'll be the first strike of the at bat. It's one thing when you have a pitcher throwing as hard as JT Miller does. Ball can go a long way if you're able to square it up, especially with the short wall out there. Lucas Ryan taking full advantage of that. And Tanner Coleman will foul the 3-1 pitch back, going from 3-0 to 3-2 with 1 out. There's the pitch. Once again to Matt Staker, this time in the form of a line drive. That is now 3 balls. Tanner Coleman has recorded an out on balls hit to shortstop. Maybe you might want to pick a different place to hit it next inning.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely don't want to hit the Matt Staker.
That'll be the second out of the inning. The DH catching in the first game, but now DHing is Garrett Fritz, who's 1 for 2 with the strikeout and single himself, and swings through the first pitch for strike 1. And that'll miss for a ball. The 1-1 pitch to Fritz will also miss outside. No, 2-1 count to the designated hitter. The pitch will miss once more. That'll be low for ball 3. No, a 3-1 count. And that'll be 4 straight balls to the 4-hitter designated hitter. Garrett Fritz, you do not want to get complacent with 2 outs. You see sometimes pitchers try to work around hitters once they get to 2 outs. You just want to keep attacking. You don't want to let up 2-out rallies. That's what can really be the death of teams in games. 2-out hits, 2-out runs. And the Millikin third base coach will call for an offensive meeting.
I will say we were both questioning the look of their all-black uniforms, but they do look pretty cool at night.
They do. They just blend in with the night, don't they?
They sure do. I think the lights really hit them well.
Must say that the stickers on their helmets pop a little bit too. Looks like a little bit of the Ohio State feel.
Yep.
Action has paused in the Gorlock bullpen. See Bassberger stretching out a little. Cooper Hay clutching a baseball, but no one's throwing. First pitch will be in for a strike. The 5-hole center fielder, Keegan Brady. And it will be deemed that Keegan Brady did not get out of the way of that slider when he had the opportunity to. That'll be called a strike. Interesting call there. And pardon Smeeves there, choked on a little bit of water. 0-2 pitch from JT Miller. We'll miss down and out. And that'll be grounded over to Mitch Daniels. Will cut it off. Get the fielder's choice at second base. That'll do it for the top half of the 5th inning. Score remains 3-1 Milliken. And Adam Level leading off once again for the Gorlocks. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, just like it was for Millikin last game, these 7-inning games go by quick. Only have 1 run entering the 5th, down 2 runs. It's go time now. You can't wait till the 8th inning. The 8th inning doesn't exist. You have 3 more innings, 9 more outs to at least score 2 runs and at least extend this game.
Yeah, before we get going too far along the rest of this game, since I don't get to do this very often, I just want to give one more shout out to the Cantello brothers back at home in Chicago. A couple of my best friends.
And Adam Level will get out in front once more, as he often does, to a 2-0 count. No one you'd rather have leading you off. Take a pitch at the knees, strike one. 2-1 count to Adam Level. Level will work the count to 3-1. Known for getting on base here, Webster. Can he do it once more? Be taken on the corner. Do a full count. Typical Adam Level at bat. 5+ pitches.
That's
and
a great
he
at-bat.
will draw the walk. Didn't swing at 1 pitch. 6 pitches, 4 balls. It's good for a walk.
Level's 4th walk of the day in 2 games.
And the catcher will jog out to the mound to talk a few things over.
The DH just moved to the catcher, and then 25 came in and is hitting in the old catcher spot. So the 2 hole.
Hey, Jared.
All right.
And we do. And that ball will be fouled. And we do have a new pitcher this inning, Tanner Coleman. Originally playing first base, now on the mound against RJ LaRocco, the sophomore. Now on a 1-2 count.
We'll see how deep this bullpen can go. I mean, Coleman, a 2-way guy. I don't know how many guys they want to use for. I know they have a big weekend coming up. Finish up conference play.
That'll be thrown over Adam Level, easily back into first base. RJ LaRocco having a little bit of a quiet day after really being hot lately, especially as we'll mention once again that WashU game. Really a staple as the 2-hitter here. That'll be grounded over to second base, possible double play, 4-6-3, and Jay LaRocco is thrown out at first base. Tough break there for the Gorlocks as the ball gets thrown around. Go from 0 outs with the runner on first, 2 outs just like that. With 2 outs and no one on, the freshman slugger Evan Avola will step up to the plate. First pitch will miss for a ball. Evan Avola. And he will take a pitch right down the middle.
That's a really good 1-0 pitch. I don't think he was expecting that.
It's definitely a pitch you can get hitters off guard with. Now I'm going to roll in a 1-1 count to two-way pitcher, junior Tanner Coleman. That's an interesting call there. Well, it doesn't pull the trigger, but tough call on him. Now in a 1-2 count. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the 5th inning. Down 3-1. See if Webster can get anything going. The pitch. Will miss out. Ball 2. Scoreboard all 2s. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs. The pitch. Will miss once more. Full count, 3-2, 2 outs. Evan Avolo, who's 1 for 2 on the day with a single way back in the 1st inning. Feels like ancient history. Will be rung up. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Strikeout looking. And Gorlocks aren't able to carve a dent into this lead. Still down 2 through 5 innings. Entering the top of the 6th. Still 3-1 Milliken. And we are back here at GCS Ballpark. Top of the 6th inning, still 3-1 Milliken. And we have a new broadcaster with me now. Jordan Smeeville had to exit back to the dugout. The director of morale. Close 3-1 game. His energy is needed elsewhere down in the dugout. And now with us for his first time as a Gorlock broadcaster is Xavier Garrity.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, for having me and giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, nice having you. That'll be flied into deep right field.
Oh, what a play.
Great play by
Wow.
Malik Weirges.
Unbelievable.
Deep in the gap. Yeah, really nice play. Against Tommy Shaw, second baseman. That will go for out number 1. JT Miller still going strong into the 6th inning. 5 innings, 3 runs so far. 5 and a third now. 5 hits allowed. And last I looked, Seabass Barrera and Cooper Hake were the ones warming up. Quiet in the bullpen right now. And Frank Bryan, the right fielder, will step to bat here for Milliken. Coming into the day batting .300. Definitely isn't anymore after 2 flyouts, both to the first baseman. That'll be up the middle, and that will cut off, but no throw will be able to be made. Cut off by A.J. Smith, but just too slow to make a play on. That'll go as an infield single for Frank Bryan.
Now batting left fielder Tyler Gay.
All right, we see Bill coming out to the mound, talk to JT, and it looks like Cooper got up in the bullpen, throwing some warm-up pitches, getting ready to possibly come into this game.
We'll see if this is it for him. Is it just a mound visit, or are they gonna make the move here? He will hand the baseball off. Coach Gertz will point the finger into the bullpen. Cooper Hake will be the one called upon, and we will be back to you after this. Back to you here in the top of the 6th inning. Cooper Hake will make his first appearance in the doubleheader today. Xavier, what can you tell us that you know about Cooper Hake?
Yeah, Cooper is a experienced reliever coming out for the Gorlocks. Expect him to get the ball on the ground like just now, and he just gets that double play. And that's how you do it, folks, right there. One pitch is all you need to really get out of that.
Questionable call there at first. It will go the Gorlocks' way. One pitch, double play ball, 1-6-3. And we will be back to you after this. Back to you here at GCS Ballpark, bottom of the 6th inning. This is a 7-inning game, game 2 of the doubleheader. Only 6 more outs for the Gorlocks to hopefully score at least 2 runs to either extend or win this game. Parker Wheeler coming to the plate. And in the 6th inning, we have the answer to your trivia question. The question was, who has the most hits at Webster University as a Gorlock in Webster University baseball history? Option A was Ben Swords. Option B was Kyler Kent. Option C was Cody Stevenson. And option D was Kyle Urich a few innings ago. Jake Nebel, I believe that's how his name was pronounced, played here last year. He correctly answered the question. And the answer is Ben Swords, who broke it this season. And unfortunately, he is not playing in this game. Hurt himself a little bit last game. Mitch Daniels got the start today. And Parker Wheel now is off to a quick 0-2 start, fouling a pitch off. What do you think?
That was a questionable call right there. It looks like a foot outside the plate.
I agree. It looked like it hit the white line of the ready batter's box, but that's how it is for you. And that'll miss for a ball. 1-2 count now against Parker Wheel.
Parker right here has a lot of power. Definitely looking for him to find a gap right here to put a runner in scoring position, make this game a little more interesting.
1 for 2 on the day already with that beautiful opposite field single he had back in the first, and Now working the count to 2-2 as he takes the pitch outside. And that'll be fly to into the left field gap, left center gap. But it will be handled by the center fielder, Keegan Brady.
The center
for the
field
first
had
out
to
of the
come a
inning.
long way for that one right there. It looked more like the left fielder's ball.
Definitely did. As he must have called him off. It was tailing into left field. Definitely into his territory, but as long as the out's made.
Now we got AJ coming up to the plate, trying to get a rally started right here for the Gorlocks.
Pitch to AJ Smith will be called on the outside corner for strike one. AJ Smith 0 for 2 on the day after having the big game in game one with 2 doubles off the left field wall. Had a fly out to left field and a strikeout looking back in the first and third innings. And that'll go in for the first ball of the at-bat. 1-1 count to AJ Smith. And the pitch will brush the outside corner for strike two. Coleman will miss his curveball outside, landing in the righty's batter's box to the lefty AJ Smith. For the second ball of the at-bat, now a 2-2 count. The 7th-year senior AJ Smith. The pitch misses inside. Now a full count to AJ Smith. Webster can just get a runner on base. Then the tying run will come to the plate. With the powerful Malik Weirges on deck and Zach Goodman in the hole.
Sure was a shot last at bat from Malik, hitting that ball to deep left center field, almost hitting that warehouse out there.
Yeah, that ball was hit as far as we've seen any Gorlock home run hit this year. Almost, as we said earlier, Zach Goodman almost went back-to-back. That would have been such an electric moment to tie the game.
Yep, Goody just getting on top of that baseball, getting some top spin.
3-2 pitch, fouled away by AJ Smith. Good job protecting the plate.
What a battle we got brewing up right here. AJ Smith not willing to let down the Gorlocks.
The junior Coleman versus the 7th-year AJ Smith. Big opportunity to get a runner on base here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Webster can just get something going. They'll have a chance to tie this one. The 3-2 pitch will be taken low for a ball.
And that's what it takes to get this inning started right here. Nice walk to start the lineup and get him going, pass the bat along.
That pitch is definitely low, definitely off the plate, but close enough where it could have been called a strike. And with the inconsistency we've seen today, definitely a little nerve-wracking pitch to take. The umpire making a good call, allowing AJ Smith to walk down the line and putting the tying runner up to the plate. Malik Weirges already has a home run in this one. So all the power in the world to tie this in one swing. And we'll take the 0-0 pitch low for a ball. Malik Weirges should see something to hit here. Coleman does not want to put the tying runner on base.
Yeah, it looked like he started him off with a slider right there. That just broke a little bit too much and missed underneath the zone.
The 1-0 pitch looked like an off-speed pitch. Definitely a change of speed. That'll be taken for a strike by Malik Weirges. Obviously, Malik Weirges had the big home run back in the 4th inning, but also had a single in the 2nd. 2 for 2 today. Had a big double last game. Having a big day today in the doubleheader versus Milliken. Takes that for a ball. Now a 2-1 count, 1 out, runner on first. Gorlock's down 2. And he takes a big swing and a miss. Fastball down the middle, looking to do damage with it. Now a 2-2 count against Malik Weirges. And the pitch. Down and away. Ball 3, another 3-2 count. I don't even want to know how many 3-2 counts.
Seems like quite a lot throughout this game. This pitch right here is a really big pitch. It put the runner on. Now you got a runner in scoring position as well as the tying run on first base. And you have a really great hitter, Zach Goodman, coming up to the plate.
The 3-2 pitch from Coleman. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good pitch there. High heat from Coleman.
Yeah, that pitch up in the zone, right by the batter's eyes. When you're hitting, that looks like a beach ball of a pitch, but you just won't be able to get up to that pitch right there.
Still, the tying run remains at the plate. This time it's the lefty Zach Goodman, the catcher. Big at bat here. Pitch will be taken out for a ball. And that'll be ball 2 as Coleman will miss outside. And we want to remind you, Webster is coming into the day with a 20-game win streak. Won the first one. The streak got extended to 21. Webster's now at a 21-game win streak that is in jeopardy of snapping. And Goodman will pop a ball to shallow left field, and that will be handled by the shortstop, Liam McGill. After getting A.J. Smith on, he will be stranded at first. Webster still down 2, going into the top of the 7th inning. Back to GCS Ballpark in the top of the 7th inning. Up to bat is leadoff hitter Kyle Gibson.
Already got a.
I'm sorry, that is Liam McGill.
Yeah, we already got a mound visit going on between the pitcher and catcher. Probably trying to get together on the same page of the signs.
Possibly going to night signs.
Oh, most definitely. It's getting dark out there. It's kind of hard. When I pitch in the fall, it's definitely hard to see some signs out there.
Some of you may know Xavier is a member of the Warlock pitching staff, so some pretty keen insight to some of the.
Yeah, I was part of the pitching staff for a while, and then blew my arm out, and so now I'm just recovering from it. Got some Tommy John surgery.
Been working hard in his physical therapy to make a rehab to return to the Corlocks pitching staff next spring. But what are you, 4 months in now?
Yeah, just over 4 months.
Starting to throw soon, too. That's got to be exciting.
Oh, most definitely exciting. It's circled on my calendar for sure.
As anybody was. Tommy John, that is the 1-1 pitch is fouled away from McGill, now in a 1-2 count versus the veteran Cooper Hake. That is a breaking ball.
Just hold on to that breaking pitch a little bit too long, missing on the outside half like that. Cooper's going to make an adjustment right here.
An okay pitch to waste, the 1-1-2. Now the 2-2 to McGill. Hake deals. Another breaking ball. Nice play by Staker. The backhand hops to first. And it will be beaten out by the speedy shortstop, Liam McGill.
What an unbelievable effort out there by Staker. Although he didn't get the out right there, I feel like Staker has been one of the most amazing defensive players I've ever seen in my life. It's just everything that comes his way, he tries his hardest to get to, and he never ever lets up.
He really is as consistent as they come. It looks like there's balls that he just doesn't even have a chance for, and he still lays out for every single one, even if he's not going to get it. It just shows the effort that he puts out in the field.
Yeah, as a pitcher, you never appreciate anything more than a great shortstop and a great center fielder.
Only after a great catcher.
Oh, that's true, for sure.
Now back to the top of the order. Kyle Gibson, the third base, steps to the plate. Set the tone early, getting the nod to bat leadoff today with the walk and the run scored. One of 3 Milliken runs. Flied out to center field in the following inning, and then in the 5th he grounded out to third. And he will show bunt here, and he will foul that away. We've seen some pretty poor bunt attempts all in all today from both teams. That pitch was outside. You really extended the hands. You don't want to reach at the bunt.
Yeah.
Want to lower with your knees and set your angles pre-pitch.
Yeah, especially when you're playing for Bill. When the bunt's called, you better lay it down.
How does it change pitching to a bunt from pitching to just a regular batter trying to hit?
You know, as a pitcher, you just want to let it happen and try to get the out. You don't want to try to mess around too much. Usually when they're bunting, there's a runner on, and you don't want to just give them the base and throw the ball away for sure. So usually as a pitcher, you just want to let them bunt it down and try your hardest to get them out.
And Gibson's in a 1-1 count here with no outs. The top of the 7th inning. Remind everybody that this is only a 7-inning game. Doubleheader today. Both games are only 7 versus all non-conference opponents. Pick off, move over to first. Shortstop McGill is back in the safe. And the 1-1 pitch to third baseman is bunted again. Daniels will field and throw on the run. Just as Swords always does over there, Daniels will make that throw as he's running on the run, running into the first base foul line. Throw will stay inside that runner. Definitely something we're very used to seeing Swords doing. Two-hole hitter. Now really getting a good look at him standing there. What a tall guy. That is Lucas Ryan, the catcher. Really big guy there, huh, Xavier?
Oh, yeah, he's a big guy for sure. Got some pop to him.
See how Hake wants to pitch to him. The base is open, but you got the heart of the lineup right behind him.
Man, that pitch just missing up in the zone. Cooper might want to try to get that ball down a little bit more.
Outfield's playing pretty deep. You have right fielder Malik Weirges playing. Looks like he might be on the warning track. I can't tell where his feet are. If he isn't, he's only a foot in front of it.
That right field fence is not too far away from home plate, so I would consider that normal depth pretty much.
Since you don't have a lot of ground to cover back there, you might as well cover the ground in front of you.
Yeah.
That's what allowed Adam Level to make the amazing play he did during the perfect game of Alec Elgas.
Wow, what an unbelievable play, wasn't it?
I think we'll have to touch on that play every single game of this broadcast. That's how unbelievable it was.
That was amazing.
As Cooper Hake will drop a breaking ball in for a strike. First pitch of the first strike of the at-bat to Lucas Ryan.
Confidence to throw that curveball on a 2-0 count over for a strike. Really throws the hitter off. Not really sitting on a curveball right there. Looking for a fastball on that count.
Staker will go back to his position from holding the runner, and a swing and a miss by Lucas Ryan. Now goes from 2-2 to 2-0 to 2-2. Cooper Hakes really made the most of his appearances lately. As early in the year, he wasn't quite in the pitching rotation, but as he got his opportunities, he's really pitched well in really one-inning appearances, some pretty high-leverage situations. Parker Wheel will back up in the shallow right field and make the play on a shallow pop-up. But the 9-hole hitter, Liam McGill, will slide back in safe to second base as Parker Wheel tried to catch him, who was running on the pitch, had a hustle back into second base. And the 3-hole hitter, Tanner Coleman, who started the game at first base and is now in as the current Millikin pitcher, two-way player. It's pretty impressive. Your 3-hole hitter's also pitching.
Must be unbelievably talented right there. You don't really see that too much anymore, especially at this high of competition.
The 0-0 pitch from Hake will miss, down and in. Tanner Coleman has the advantage now of a 1-0 count against Cooper Hake. 3-1 Milliken, top of the 7th inning, 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch to Coleman. Cooper Hake will spin a curveball and drop it in for a strike.
He got that thing working tonight. That curveball is looking really sharp, breaking late and finding the zone right in the corner right there.
There are certain pitchers in this Gorilla pitching staff will just, seems they throw the breaking ball or off-speed pitch over 50% of the time, just relying on it. And that's really been Cooper Hake tonight in this inning. There it is again. That'll be more of a try to get you swing and miss pitch that's in the dirt.
Being able to throw a curveball over for a strike whenever you want is a valuable weapon as a pitcher. It really throws the hitter off, leaves them unexpected, not knowing what pitch is going to come next.
How hard is it to get your command or your feel on the pitch from the start if you have it, don't you?
You really know from out of the pen, warming up.
There it is again.
Curveball. Yep, down in the dirt right there. Held on to it a little bit too long right there. But yeah, as soon as you're in the pen throwing that curveball, you really know if you have a feel for it or not.
Three-one count. Tanner Coleman, 2 outs. He will spin another curveball. Cooper Hake will miss it low. Probably more than anything a waste pitch there. You have the base open to the 3-hole hitter. No. It's not like you want to pitch to Garrett Fritz and any more excited to pitch to him than you were Coleman. Been on base 2 out of 3 opportunities today. Strikeout in the first, but a single in the third and a walk in the 5th.
This is a big at-bat right here for Cooper. Trying to keep this game close, give his offense a chance to come back and win this in the bottom half of this inning.
Definitely is. And the 0-0 pitch, another breaking ball, just drops that in for a strike.
There we go again with that curveball right there.
As we've mentioned on this broadcast many times, that first pitch, off-speed pitch, will all just often be taken. Nobody wants to swing in it. People don't feel confident. They just see it. They know they don't have to. On 0-0, they're going to take it. That could be an easy path to an 0-1 count for pitchers, consistently throwing that first pitch, off-speed pitch. Now late on the fastball is Garrett Fritz, the designated hitter. Just like that, an 0-2 hole. This is a batting with wrist right now is Fritz. Big opportunity to give Milliken an insurance run in this 3-1 Milliken lead. Hake will set. He deals. Tries to spot a fastball in the outside corner, and that will miss.
It's not a bad pitch right there, really. If you think about it, it might be a setup pitch for something hard inside as well.
The 1-2 pitch. Foul back.
Yeah, there it is. That pitcher was supposed to be a little bit more inside on the hands.
Most impressive today has been the chain of pitchers that have pitched today for the Milliken pitching staff. Galladay, Simpson, and Coleman have combined for 6 scoreless innings against the Gorlocks. As that ball will be grounded to Mitch Daniels, and he just tags the runner who was stealing there. Good play there. The Gorlocks will hit for possibly one final time today. They're down 3-1, and we will see if they can tie this game. We will be back to you at GCS following this. And back to GCS for possibly one final half inning here today. Remember, this is the bottom of the 7th inning. Only a 7-inning game due to the doubleheader today against a non-conference opponent. We just want to keep reiterating that so everybody is aware. This is the last half inning, possibly.
Yes.
In a 3-1.
This will very well be possibly the last half inning right here.
A 3-1 Millikin lead over Webster. Matt Staker comes to bat and will take the first pitch for a ball. Webster is down 2 runs here. Possibly so far the most poor offensive performance they've had this season. Only 4 hits and 1 run. And Milliken pitching staff, as we were talking about last inning, the chain of 3 pitchers, Galladay, Simpson, and Coleman, have been really effective.
Gorlocks are probably really confident to have Matt Staker leading off this inning right here. No one really better than Matt Staker to try to lead off and get on base for you to start a rally.
Matt Staker, definitely a disciplined hitter, very seasoned. He's definitely somebody you want in a situation with this much pressure, very composed at the plate. Off to a quick 3-0 pitch, or 3-0 count, and he's definitely not going to swing at this.
Yeah, he's going to take that all the way. Try to get the pitcher throw a first pitch strike right here.
It looked like it possibly was a little low. Don't have a great angle up here, but even though, that'll be called a strike. Staker now in a 3-1 count.
And that's going to hit him.
Definitely in on the plate, but it looked like it was inside. He did try to turn away. That's how you get on base just like that. I'll tell you, Matt Staker gets hit by a pitch more than anyone I've ever seen.
He really does.
Him and Mitch Daniels.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Him, Mitch, and even Lovell will get drilled up there a few more times. I think it has to do with them just being so hovered over the plate and close to that line.
Evans been hit as well a lot. He's someone who's notoriously close. He got hit 3 times in the foot against Principia. That foot had to be...
Oh, definitely. Had to be numb.
Yeah.
See if Nate Martinez gets on right here, turn this lineup around to get Lovell up to the plate.
And Nate Martinez is pinch hitting for Mitch Daniels. Mitch Daniels got the start at third base today, obviously, with Ben Swords being unavailable for this game. Nate Martinez started the first game. Zach Goodman started the second game. Batting average is now up to .377 on the season in a 1-0 count versus Coleman. That'll hit him as well. Wow. Wow, that as we heard in the first game, that sounded like a bat that it hit. It must be that elbow guard, a really loud.
Yeah, definitely hit the elbow guard right there. I think it would be a little bit more painful if it hit him more on the hands.
very loud sound, and we are going to have a coaching visit from the Millikin dugout. And just like that, he gets his one appearance of the day, gets hit by a pitch, put the speedy Bryson Rigsby in, the possible tying run on first base.
Yep, just how we wrote it up in the dugout. Nate Martinez getting hit by the pitch just as planned, and then right to Rigsby.
And batting here, having a little visit with Coach Kirch during the Millikin coaching visit, is Adam Level, with runners on first and second.
Yep.
You'd have to wonder about a bunt opportunity.
Yeah, the importance of getting Level is really key right here. The speed comes into play, him being the winning run for the Gorloks. Just all good things when he gets on.
So after Level, you have RJ Laraco and Evan Avola. Although RJ Laraco's had a little bit of a quiet day today, 0 for 3 today. Pretty quiet first game as well. He and Evan Avola have probably been the hottest hitters on this Webster team.
Yeah, RJ always able to turn things around. You never know when he has the ability to go yard in big situations, like especially when we were playing Wash U, RJ Laraco going in deep center field. That definitely started up the rally for the Gorloks.
And with RJ Laraco on deck and Evan Avola in the hole, you wonder if you want to try to move from first and second to second and third with a bunt opportunity, and that's what you'll get, as that is thrown inside and almost hits him. Never forget the time in Florida where Adam Level attempted a bunt, and I think he almost got hit in the face, or he did get hit in the face.
I believe
helmet.
it was Bryson Rigsby who was trying to lay down a bunt and got drilled in the helmet, had to come out of that game.
Definitely
Concussion
Level also got thrown at the head.
Oh,
when he was bunting.
yeah, definitely.
I know that for a fact as well. Now in a 1-0 count, third baseman playing in, so it's really a sacrifice opportunity. They run a wheel play, and he doesn't bunt. Wheel play, for anyone who doesn't know, third baseman crashes before the pitch as the shortstop covers third to prevent a run behind of the runner on second, who would attempt to steal third. That's where you get the famous fake bunt steal.
Yeah, as a pitcher in this situation, you need to get some composure, step off, take a breath, and try your best to throw a strike right here. You definitely don't want to fall too far behind in the count.
Third baseman Kyle Gibson really playing up several feet. Level will show bunt. Take it for a strike. Coach Courage giving signs down in the third base coaching box.
Intensity definitely brewing up. You could feel it all over the place.
This little new fan crew that Gorloks have behind their dugout really adding to the atmosphere. And the director of morale, who was once on the broadcast down there leading the energy for the Gorloks. And
Big swing right
another
there.
wheel play. Level will swing right through it. That hole over at second base between the 4 hole, not even the 4-3 hole, just dead at second base, was completely abandoned there. If Level hit a ground ball, it would have been an easy double into that hole.
You know, ball in the gap with the speed at first base of Rigsby, you definitely have a chance of sending him home to tie this game up.
Really big opportunity here. Oh, Level will step out. Really big opportunity here, though, for the Gorloks. Obviously, no outs.
I believe that was a time violation right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that supposed to, is that supposed to be giving him a ball, or is that just a warning, the first one?
I guess it's a warning because they didn't give him the ball on that one.
Down 3-1. He will show bunt on 2 strikes. He will get it down. That's a really great bunt by Adam Level there. You know, what was bunted to the pitcher, it was good enough for the runners to advance. And with 2 strikes, that's just really, you have to have a lot of confidence to get that down. Good job by Adam Level moving the runners over. Now you have second and third with 1 out, down 2 runs. You have your 2-hole hitter and your 3-hole hitter. You just need a single will possibly score Bryson Rigsby. You have the outfield obviously playing a little further in than they usually would to cut Bryson Rigsby off at the plate if a single is hit to them. Center fielder is actually backing up a few strides. He looks like he's playing a little deep to throw at a runner. But
I was going to say center field is backing up a little bit. Ball up the middle. You're definitely going to try to send Rigsby on
the
this.
corners should have a chance. And RJ Laraco will ground the ball over to second base. It'll be a 4-3 ground out. Run will score, though.
Job well done right there. Get a run across and put that tying run on third base with 2 outs and your best hitter coming up to the plate of Evan Avola. Evan had a lot of power, leading team in average and hits.
Lead cut in half now. Gorloks down 3-2 with 2 outs. Runner on third base, Bryson Rigsby. The batter is Evan Avola. It will come down to this. And the catcher, Lucas Ryan, will take a trot out to the mound. Talk this over with his pitcher, Tanner Coleman.
Jared, it appears we have a yard card placed in the press box by Quinn Weber. Just definitely acknowledging that.
Yard card, for anyone that doesn't know, place the hat down once a game. That's a home run prediction. If a home run is hit indeed, then you get your yard card back.
Well, looks like we got
Any
two.
other result, you don't. We have two now.
Zach
Two
Herrick
down now.
just put one down. Very,
yard cards.
very great move right there.
I think we only have 1 yard card on the year so far. I think Nico Cristelli is the only correct prediction.
No, I actually put down my yard card for Evan, and he went yard the next pitch.
Not aware of the bullpen yard cards, only the dugout. Xavier will usually watch the games on the bullpen. So Evan Avola will take strike 1. Game will come down to this. Webster down 3-2. Bryson Rigsby on third base. Evan Avola at the plate. Bottom of the 7th inning. 0-1 count. The pitch. Low for a ball.
Good block by the catcher right there. Smother that in the ground. Make sure that time run is not coming back.
We have an interesting shift going here against Webster. Second baseman, as he's played on some righties, pretty deep in depth. Plus, starting in the outfield grass, you have the shortstop up the middle. It'll be interesting if you see other teams trying to shift full like this a little bit, and that'll go for a strike on the outside corner. Wow,
that's a questionable call right there. It did not look like any part of the plate.
Just about to say you don't have to pitch to Evan Avola if you don't want to. You have 2 bases open, but
yeah,
now he's down 1-2.
Like they're trying to pitch around Evan. Almost, they didn't really give him anything good to hit right here.
Now he's down 1-2. You might as well pitch to him. The pitch. That's halfway in the other's batter's box. Not going to give him anything close to hit. Dugout as loud as it's been all day.
Director
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gorlock's down 1. Avola the batter. The pitch. Will miss out once more. Again, you have that base open at first base. Probably not going to see any pitch that's too competitive here. That will most definitely be a mistake if you give him a competitive pitch.
Big pitch of the night coming right here.
3-2, 2 outs. The pitch will be chopped over to first base and will be stepped on the base by the first baseman, Tanner Coleman. And Millikin will come away with the second half of the doubleheader in a 3-2 victory. The save goes to Tanner Coleman, who came in relief. The win will go to Simpson, the lefty. And that'll snap Gorlock's 21-game win streak. Gorlocks will play again this weekend. Doubleheader on Saturday, single game on Sunday to close up their season against UCARA. Thanks for watching the Gorlock Sports Network. I'm Jared Wasserman. This is Xavier Garrity. And we will see you this weekend.